Eight links is crazy. I've been muted this whole time. I didn't even realize. Welcome back. Welcome back. I apologize. My last ended itself, or it didn't let me know or nothing. Where's my headphones? Da-da, da-da-da. Hmm. Oh, okay. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. That makes sense, yeah. Right, right. That makes sense. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, I forgot about that. Dang. It's fine. I'll just use it for this turn. It's got a low failure rate, so wish I had a arrive on the Sapporo. There's an epitaph race in the Sapporo and whatever the other race is called. It's mm, he's one. Dang. That's language too expensive. Ah, just do the do, guys. Just do the do. The Game of Fuel, the original Game of Fuel. Let's see. I think we only got like final push down here. Yeah. You got anything cheaper? Long straightaways. How do I get into? Hold on. Since they updated the racers to where nobody runs long races, how do I get into the long CM? I mean, I'm making long. I'm saying I'm making long racers, but I don't know. That has always been a quandary to me. Excuse me. We haven't been getting a lot of scrolls lately. It would help our stats a lot to get any scrolls of the stats. As long as there's scrolls. Okay. So I'll use stamina this. No. We'll use speed this time. We'll use speed this time, and then after these two races, we'll use the recreation. I could give her two dirt parents, two decent dirt parents. They'd be power dirt parents, but I can give her dirt parents and make her dirt parent, dirt runner. Even with a G, I can still make her dirt. It's easier to do dirt than it is to do turf because dirt is a special S type of deal. There's not very many horses that have it, and I have all the horses that run dirt except for Agnes Ditch, or all the characters, I should say. Right? And these are my stats as with her as a 3 star, not a 4 or 5 star. If it was a 4 or 5 star, these, yeah, add about 50 stats to everything. I think, yeah, add about 50 stats to everything. Or 30. Um, oh, oh, that's why you're mad. You lost to Mambo, and she lost to me by distance. So, uh, still rolling, rolling. We got the cold rolling. It's the Black Kitisan train. Cold rolling. I could see Kitisan Black if she was American. I could see Kitisan Black driving black and like a diesel truck. I could see that being her. I could see her pulling up in a diesel truck on some rims, black coal rolling, freaking 6-inch muffler pipes, chrome. You know what I'm saying? F-250. I could see Kitisan Black rolling up like that. Let's see. I don't even need the speed train. Be real with it. I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, it actually could help, but I need this other stuff more because we're getting close to the end. Right now we got our three finalists, cleats, training cleats. Yeah, I'll give you the fan bonus for this race. I was trying to get one for the last Armor Canyon, but one didn't pop in the shop. It did like at the very beginning before the mile G1. I was like, I don't really got for it. I need other stuff, You know how it goes. 1111. Right, let's see. She's got that activated. We're going to activate. No, we're not. I thought we had one more regular cleat, but we are not going to give her a cleat for this race. Reason being, the finals give you, just like URA finale, and just like the URA finale finals, it gives you a set amount every single race, all three races, for all stats. So the biggest bang for my buck is going to be giving myself the gold cleats, at least making sure I got 3 gold cleats by the end. But I learned, if you start using cleats, even the silver cleat in your career on G1 races, I got gold cleat all throughout the run. Like this run, I've probably gotten like 9 or 10 gold cleats. And then like, I don't know, eight, eight of the regular cleats. So you can do all G1 races with cleats if you play it correctly. And the roll, you get a good RNG roll. You can get cleats for all the G1 races. They may not all be gold cleats, but cleats nevertheless. And cleats give you extra stats, so it's up to you. Do you want the 20% boost or not? You know? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Once I get her started up, yeah, I'm I'm gonna try and get her started up before the Pisces Cup. But I don't even know when it starts. I just know it's early next. It might be next weekend. Well, for me, next weekend. I'm on the East Coast. It depends where you are, really. For me, it sends out the so our day one is on like at first in the first couple CMs in the weekend. Everything happened day one, and I mean day three. The last race finished up on Monday. You know, but not no more. Everything got shifted. I don't. I don't know if there's their own time schedule over in Japan or what for the global version. I don't know which uh, standard time they're using. I don't know if East, uh, you know. I mean, there's multiple standard times just in the U.S. and Canada. So it just depends on where you live. But I do like in the US though, like there's Central Standard Time, Eastern and Western Standard Time, and no matter how far north or south you go, it's all still in the same time span, at least within the borders. Like in Mexico or Canada, like then the lines past the borders. I don't know if it stays the exact same. I imagine that it would because of the position of the sun and moon. I would guess to say since it lights up the entire side of the planet, it'd be all the way up to the North Pole and the South Pole in that small zone, east, west, or central, it would all be the same time. Obviously, until you spin the globe to another part of the world like China and Taiwan, then obviously you're gonna have, you know, an offset from us. And I think it's like an even offset uh every like I think like 20 or 30 degrees rotation of a spin. I think it's like a 2 hour offset. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense why Russia would be like a day, what, a half a day ahead of us, whatever behind us, something like that. And the reason I say that is because like all the American movies, Russians like pirate and put them online, and they're always online the night before the actual release of the movie in America. So you can watch it. I figured out how to watch it a day ahead of time. And it always confused my friends. They're just like, wait, what? You already saw it? Yep. I don't want to spoil it, but I've already saw it. Yeah. I can probably use that reset whistle. These cleats I can't use. Like I can buy them, but I can't use them. I wish I could use both cleats. I don't understand why. So you can use different training items on one training at one time, but you can't use like the master cleat and the artisan cleat on one race. Like I don't understand that. Why can't you use both cleats? If you gotta be able to use both cleats. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You should be able to give yourself the 55% race bonus. It makes sense. Like it makes sense in line with the bonuses of all the other skills. Like you can get with the training, the ankle weights plus the megaphone, the empower megaphone plus you know energy or mood up or whatever. You can get really good stats just off that one training. So I'm like, with the races, why can't we do the same thing? Essentially, right? So I think they changed that in the game. Um, that's like my only critique right now. So far, I like all the mechanics. Um, definitely not under hype, but um, it was 100% under hype. Like when I say under hype, like how good it was gonna be, definitely uh, underhyped. Like I actually really like MANT. I like MANT more than URA Finale, but I think I like Unity Cup the best just because of the chance that you could get like this absolutely crazy run out of nowhere and just have a crazy at the end. You know what I mean? I kind of like that gambling aspect of it. And I like the training aspect of, training with the other girls, building a team, getting those stat bonuses like that. It's really nice. Now, if they combine this, make a track with those mechanics from Unity Cup, we can make some absolutely crazy Umas. If that happens, I don't see anybody that, you know, has bought any carrots at all. I'm not saying that you're a whale, I'd say we're gonna call it the working class, right? The players that's not whales, but that aren't free to play as well, that have like a little bit of excess, you know what I'm saying? Not enough to buy a new TV, but or maybe enough to buy a new TV, but enough to, oh, I see my favorite Uma. Let me, let me do a 3 or 4 extra pulls. I can afford that, that's what I call the working class gamer, bro. All right. Back to the grind. Let's see where we're at. Got sidetracked on a tangent again. I gotta stop doing that. Actually, y'all let me know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I guess it depends on the context of the situation, but I mean, we're just doing runs, so. I think I still want to use Moxie. I think, yeah, Moxie got a speed buff, didn't it? And my strength is going to be high. So, I mean, it's not going to be like 1100 high, but we'll take Moxie. Might as well, right? I'm going to take it anyway. And then we use our last. Doo-doo. With your girl. We're going to sing. All right, stats looking good. I like this. Let's see. We add 60 on top of this. And we will be right at 1200. Or we'll actually be over 1200 by 3. So I don't even need to train speed. I just need to concentrate on the wit, power, and stamina. So how do I want that to play out? That's the only question. Should I just train power 3 times? Should I train wit 1 time and power 2 times? We'll see. But it's gonna be something like that. Cause I mean, I'm not mad at where the wit's at, but I would definitely be more comfortable if it was at like 800 right now. I ain't gonna cap. If it was at 800, I'd be feeling good. Yeah, I know, I know. Let's do that after the race. It's going to. I keep doing. I used to do that. Like I kept doing that actually up until like yesterday. I would give myself energy before the race for some odd reason, and obviously it's just going to eat the energy up that I give it. So just give it to it after when I got to train. And a lot of times because of that, like if you do 2 or 3 races in a row, then there's a good chance you'll get more vitamins. So then you can use 2 or 3 at once and give yourself like 60, 80 energy, sometimes 100, depending on what the drop is like. Sure, you might get one of those energy valves, the vitamins with the gold caps on them for 70 energy. Speaking of energy, I ain't seen no tea this whole run. Anybody else notice that? We ain't seen no tea this whole run. And I got a gold charm for the last training, just in case we don't have enough energy. Which I don't think. Obviously, I don't think we will, unless we get a wet rainbow right here after this race. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Give me my stats. Give me my stats. Dun dun dun. 20 for everybody. It's 20 for everybody. All right. Then we're gonna do. Okay, okay. Ah, shit. Now I want to do power. It gives me more stats. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. Then I don't need a train speed, and I only got one power card and one wit card. So, you know, uh, I wish. Ah, dang, I forgot to buy power anklets. Yeah, I don't need a charm for that. Let's check the shop right quick, just to make sure. Okay, yeah. Uh, what if I accidentally rest it right here? Tragic. I've done that before. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. If only I had power. Usually I get a lot of power training ankle bands, but not this run. I got a lot of stamina ones instead. I used the power ones already, or I just didn't buy them because there was other stuff I needed. Well, we can still get our power over 1,000, and our stem will definitely be over 900. Our wit, okay, we can work on that. Um, 75 skill points. That ain't gonna be enough to buy anything. Dun, dun, and then we come up. Dun, 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 dun. Um, and remember, she's only 3 star. These are 3 star stats that I'm building right now. Not 5 star, not 4 star. Because if it was 5 star, this would be maxed out. This would be like 1050. This would be 1,000, and this would be 875 ish, 850. So she would definitely be heading towards the double S. I mean, she might be this run anyway, but you know, you never know. Maybe, maybe not. She might not have enough guts. I slacked on her guts training because usually I can get some good stats and I can get 600 guts as well. Seems a lot of people have trouble getting the guts, but I realized, right, if you buy the guts manuals and the guts scrolls, you can get your guts throughout the run, of course, if you buy all of them or try to buy all of them or as many of them as you can get your guts to 600 straight up. And that's all you need. You don't need 1,000 guts, 800, 700. Just get as close you can to 600. Don't overpower on the guts. Otherwise, you'll just be losing other stats, like training power by itself or training speed by itself. Now, yes, earlier in the run, I did train a guts training over a speed or power training, but here's the reason why. When I went to speed and I went to power, both of those trainings by themselves were only 7 and 9 points of training. But when I did the guts training, it was 23 points to guts, 10 points to speed, and 11 points to, or 8 points to power. I'll take that trade off because I'm basically doing all three of the trainings at once instead of just doing speed and power and get a couple of points sub 10 or doing the power training and getting like 4 stam with 9 power. Like that sucks. So it's small decisions like that that can run or break it. And I'm a firm believer. Like if you have a solid deck, if you have a maxed out MLB deck, which you can get if you're not a whale, by the way. You just gotta pull on the right, pull on the right banners, get lucky, and you can do it. It's just like unlike pulling for characters though, you have to pull freaking what? You have to pull it and then pull 4 more copies of the SSR. Like that's to me that's too much. I feel like if you pull an SSR, it should just be MLB. Like we shouldn't have to go and go and beg for more, in the pulls. Or at least two, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. I don't even know what the training is. See, I don't need that. Because with this next win, that's going to go to max. Let's see. Let's shuffle it up. Shuffle! What we got? Nice. The power and wit trainer. Oh, it's still active. Oh, yeah, it's still active. Okay. Use the lucky charm, I think. Actually, yeah, just in case. I don't want to miss. Ooh, that's the wrong one. Ooh, that was almost unlucky. All right, so we use that. And of course, we don't get nothing in the shop during this time. The shop is shut down. All right. Oh, oh, oh. So do we have any extra skills we can buy right now that would actually make sense? Or are they just like general skills, like straightaway acceleration? I think straightaway acceleration is probably the only one we can get that makes sense. Besides, okay, there's long straightaways. We don't have that yet. Yeah, we'll get long straightaways because I expect to get the obviously the other part of glittering star, which will be 180 points. We need that. But if we end up getting a lot of points, I might get the stamina eater as well. So let's get long straights. Yeah, we've got our 2 heal skills, Moxie, Breath of Fresh Air, all 3 of our specialty skills. That's funny. So this slammed me in the, like, let's say early race, right? Because, you know, if they're front right there, and they'll activate Sparkly Stardom pretty quickly. If not, then Sparkly Stardom's going to activate mid to late race because of the pace chasers, and that's going to be bad news for them because Sparkly Stardom's going to activate, and then Resplendent is going to activate if then Resplendent Red Ace activate. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, Victory Cheer will already be activated. She'll already be boosting away, so these two might not activate at all unless somebody's able to keep up. We just need groundwork. Like, that's literally it, bro. If I had groundwork on this, oh my goodness. We have groundwork to spark, but it just did not. It just didn't this career run. So it is what it is. All right. Did I already activate it? Yeah. Okay. Skills ball. Doom doom. We'll watch this race. I want to see her use all those skills. I don't think she will, but I want to see her use as many of them as she can. I mean, I think this is a medium race anyway. Yeah. So you why they doing me like this? 2,400 meters, just go up 100 more meters, bro, so I can use all my skills. 30,000 fans. See, this right here is sometimes is why I'll save the fan bonuses too. You can buy, you can buy them. They're real cheap, and you can use them at the end to boost your fan bonus total, which can give you an epitaph. Like if you get over 800,000, you get one. I got one for over 700,000. So I bet you there's one for 1 million. You know what I mean? And I have seen runs where people got 1 million fans. So that economy, how that works. It's actual score, okay. 600. 94, 1,000, 1,011, huh, 111, 7, 758, and 552. Okay, that's actually really good. We don't have long S, I don't think. Even though we don't have long S, it's still really good. Oop, oop. Leaflet. Fuck with Lisa. She's like the most down to earth chick on the internet. She just talks in common sense. That's what I mean by that. In a lot of situations. Like, leaders tried, okay. Sense. No sparkly stardom yet, or did we already use it? Okay. Back up. Okay. All right, all right. Good job. Run, Kitisan. I think you're the best one out of the lot so far. Breath of fresh air, tailhead high. Nice time to use it. It was right before the turn, about 100 meters out, or about that furlong. Looking at the posts, they're called furlongs. So I'm actually reading the race by the furlongs. And you can read the race pretty well by the fence itself, but you see on the inside it's got the furlongs, those big poles. There she goes. Shoo wee boy. And it's the long race. Silent Suzuka's in the front in the long. Not building her for long. Kind of, but a good long competitor. Mm. Dang, I wanted to win by distance. But we won by 10 links. That's crazy. On any final race, winning by 10 links is you know you're in somewhat of the right place when you start winning the finale by 10 links to distance. It's like every time that I win any of the finales, whether it's URA against Glass and Little Cocoon or whatever, if I win by like half, then I'm like, okay, yeah, this character's not gonna be too good. Like, see, bet, cha-ching. Alright. Now we add more stats, more stamina. Appreciate it, girly. And then we get more stats. That's why I like using Rico too, because at the end she gives you that stamina stat bonus, right? Which you need. It don't matter how high your stam is, unless you're shooting for 1200 stam, which means your speed and your power and wit is going to be decently low. I would say. I mean, I think you can still build like a 1050 speed with 1200 wit or 1200 stam, but your power is going to be like 600. Your wit's going to be like maybe 500 because you got to remember at the end of the day, your stats can you during a career unless you like race every single week, which is absolutely insane. I haven't seen anybody try that, and I kind of don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? Because if somebody does that, right, and they end up making like a character that's got like 1200 speed, 1100 stam, 1100 power, 800 guts, and like 1,000 plus wit. If somebody and that happens, bro, everybody's gonna try it at least once. Well, at least everybody that's competitive is gonna try it at least once to see if they can do it. It's kind of like the Haru run in the Armakinen. You know, only the best can train her well enough to win the Armakinen. And even then, it's a dice roll. Man, if only my guts had got up 20 more points. This should at least be an S plus, you know. So let's see, we got 180 points on the dot. So really, I haven't one thing I want to buy that is the no, I don't want to get second win. That's just like in long races, second acceleration skills suck. Like I don't like them. I personally don't like them. Other people probably use them, but I don't. I don't use them. That's why I don't use straightaway or Russian Gale if I get it. That's why it's always right here. I just realized I don't have a turn skill, do I? Let's see. Got a lot of skills. Let's see. Um, no, I don't. I don't have a turn skill. And it gave me the option in the very beginning to get a turn skill. I could have got corner depth at the beginning of the run. But see, yeah, it does do me good. Groundwork or corner depth, but she can still be effective. Because I mean, with the skills that she does have in the early race, like if I gave her groundwork with these skills, right, then she would overcook the groundwork. So basically, the groundwork would just it would pop, but it wouldn't do anything. It actually might cause it a drop. It actually might cause it a rush. Yeah. So that's perfect. Run. This called me outside of person. It's not getting considered. I spent all my skill points all the way down to zero. Only like this went earlier, right? She's 3 star. Imagine if this was a 5 star run like this. A 5 star run, she has 1,000 stam. She has 1,100 power. She has 650 guts, and she has 800 wit. She's double S, maybe even double S plus. This is my best run so far, uh, and I like it. So let's see what we got. I know I'm building. I'm just building suspense. Just let's see what we got. Come on, give me something good. S plus. I'll take it. I'll take it for a 3 star. I'll take it. Once I get her started up, that's a double S for sure. I can actually probably go up to level 4 and get her a double S. But they switched the free ticket to 10 pulls for support cards instead of character pulls. At least get like I was hoping to maybe get one character I don't have or another Kitisan. It's still crazy. We got Kitisan off of freaking scout pool. So dumb. Oh, let's see. We got 2 star guts. I mean, 1 star guts is bad. 2 star guts, I mean, that could be actually useful because of the way everything is set up, right? It's not a bad thing to have the guts spark on the character that you use to build your character because you're not training guts, right? You're not going to be training guts unless you're making a guts build. So it's good to have that gut spark because you're going to be training all the other skills, literally the other 4 skills. Run if you buy the gut scrolls and spark, which obviously increases, how much guts you get for trainings and events and whatnot. You hit that 100 guts mark a lot easier. Let's see, Tokyo, non-standard distance does not help me. Ramp up, Moxie, and we got Tailhead High, but it's 1 star. Ooh. Bring down the house this time. We keep getting different ones. This time it's bring down the house. Skill Savant, Climax King. Let's see. The GOAT, Phenomenal, Incredible. Skill Savant. "37 races, 37 wins." 16-5. You see this? This right here is what I'm aiming for. But she's 4 star. This right here would have been Kitisan if she was up 1 more star, except she would have had max speed. You see what I'm saying? And she would have had more stam because with 3 stars she had she had more stam actually. So uh, okay. 152 stam, 1068 power, 1200 speed, 699 quit. All right, we gotta do a gear cap. She got a lot less stamina and speed. But she got the guts and the wit though. Well, she got the guts. Wit low. So I can probably get Marazinski to also double S and Taiki and probably Chikorita here. I could do a video on showing people how to get their first S rank or S plus. Even with 3 star, I can show you how to get your first S plus with a 3 star. Should I do a video on that? I could literally just take the Kitisan run and just cut out the dead space and all the extra commentary, and boom, 3 star character that you can make S rank. You can make 3 star characters S rank. So, mm. Now, see, look, I'm racing, bro. I gotta race against all of them. Phew, I seen that grass nature. How many double S's does he have? I mean, it doesn't really mean much, but you know, I like seeing it. That's what I mean, exactly what I mean. See, she's double S, she's S plus, and they both lost to a S. See my point? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Very similar to mine, except they were able to pull a Summer Marzinski. Yeah, I kind of seen that coming. S plus Falcon, look at that. S plus Tamo, and they're long. I got a whole bunch of loans. I got loans running miles and winning somehow. Ooh, new high score. Bro, I keep getting new high scores. Bro, let's go. Let's keep training. Let's keep training. Let's keep training. Make a track just blew open the gates to get for everybody to go from A rank to S in no time. Like, I'm serious. Like, if you're able to build probably, let's say, if you're able to build 5 S pluses, then you can go from A4 or A5 straight to S, straight up, and get like 500, 600. What is it? No, 5, 6, 800. You can get 800 possibly carrots after 2 days of training, basically, if you do it correctly. Take our advice. We ain't here to hurt nobody. Yeah, put it to the test. I can win it in the trial. Go ahead and take it. It's a fly in the mile. Every time we wake up in the morning, it's a grind. Wake up in the morning, go ahead and brush your teeth. Go ahead and take your time. Make your breath fresh. Gotta spread it up. Everybody listen. Yeah. Ooh, I like that though. I might use that. I might use that, bro. I might use that little bar right there. That's a nice little flowy freestyle right there. I like that. That was good. Oh crap, they're 20,000. I thought it said 200. Well, okay, we getting, oh man, we getting crystals shards fast. What's it? Yeah. Let's go ahead and just take the rest of them. Let's go ahead, cloud points. Go ahead and take that. Yeah, I know. 2,000 for that. Okay. Okay. I have to save up for that. That'll take me a while because well, actually, it won't. It might not take me too long, depending on, well, the end of the month is coming up for the club, and we should jump up quite a few spots with MANT. If there are club members in other clubs that just are not playing right now, or just absolutely hate MANT and just can't get it going, then we could jump up a lot of positions, like a couple a couple months. I think January we jumped B plus. I think we're in B plus right now. Let's see. We might have slid up a little bit. Let me see. Yeah. So we were in B plus in January, and we jumped all the way up to A plus. That's that same month, and then at the end of February, for some reason, we dropped back down to B plus. See, look at our rank last month, 1,292. So for some reason, like we just been climbing the ranks and going the wrong direction because we hit right here. Look how many carats you get. So if you're a S plus or a double S, look at that, bro. Every single month you're getting 4,500 free carats. And if you just sit on 3 months worth of carats, you got 10 pulls. Like that's crazy. That's why I'm trying to build these fans up. How many fans do I have? Where am I at? There I am. 270,945,879. Okay. Oh, Mayberry got me. All right. Mayberry got more fans than me. Holy crap, bro. How Monarch, what are you doing, bro? Logged in 14 hours ago? How do you only have 5 million fans? Did you just start? Let me see. Because sometimes it's players that re-rolled at the first anniversary banner. So if I had to guess, Sick Gloria, cute, um, okay. Um, you're a feminist? Is that what's going on here? Anyways, are you just saying you're a girl? Feminine, 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 feminine. I don't know, bro. Yeah, okay. This is somebody that rerolled for sure, 100%, because no new player is gonna know that you can do this. You know what I mean? No absolutely new player is gonna know that you could do this. And wow, he got guts. Look at it, 285, 258. Just switch the numbers. And it was only A rank though. Surprised. I guess because the power's so low. Super Creed, let's see. 42 wins. Hmm. So you pulled Kitisan. Okay. Oh, got a good. I mean, no, that's a borrow. Whoops. I mean, we got an A plus here. Why is Agreed got not up here? It's a higher rank. Whatever. Shoot, that's crazy. 641. Now that's a player right there. Change that. I know you got higher rank Umas than this. Change it. Change it, bro. Come on. Change that, please. Now you can't tell me you don't have higher rank Umas than that. Let's see. See, exactly. Exactly. Still that Tamo cross, bro. I can do that. Holy jeez, Maloney, bro. Mmm. Hello. Jeez Louise. Look at these, bro. Look at his parents. 38 races. Yeah. See, all that stuff plays in. Your deck plays in a lot in this one. Look at that deck, bro. That deck is crazy. It's crazy. 132 million. 200. In his team trials. In the sprint. Actually, let me see something. I'm just gonna pick where it is. And balance it out. about that. Hmm. I like that. You're just gonna leave the deck the same, basically. We completed the event the first day. We did 4 runs and completed the event. No, wait, 7 runs, not 4 runs. But we did 7 runs. So I guess technically the first 2 days. No, I think I understand how to do this now. No knocking this time. This early? She started her chain real early this time. I need the speed. Phew. Okay, got it. Gamble paid off. Bamboo. I'll just go stand there and let her charge up. So got up here. Oh, we got it. Huge, huge. The gambler. Fuck, you gotta be a gambler bro to play this game. I swear. That that scared the shit out of me. It's like I know if I failed, yeah, we would have lost a mood and five power, but at the same time the gain was so big. Well, not too big, but big enough. This early in the career, big enough. Yeah, we got a great start. For me, it's a great start. Now your whales, they might be able to get 300, over 300 for all these stats, or at least for these three, like 250. But it's good for me. I can get it all this time. Hey, that's what's up. That never happens. I need to heal though. All right. Thing that didn't help. Actually, it did. Okay. Straightaway depth. This time we get corner depth. I'm getting it. Repetitive spear. We need that as a pace chaser, so that's good. Big turn, ginormous turn. Ah, whew. That's important. No. I only need one heal skill. Ouch. That's why I was going to use Super Creek so that I don't have to worry about heal skills at all. But it's cool. Mm. I wanted to try Marcole, which by the way I need to do a run with her. With TMR Pro, I mean. Oh, cool. Automatic mood up. Give me the spell magic. Yeah, baby. Be happy. For a Sage show. Special week. Clean her up. Yeah, buddy. About 5 links too with that. Let's see. Gold. It's cool. Gold twerk. Let's go. Okay, okay. Mm. And we got Shadow Break. Oof. Hello. It's good. It's good. They gave me everything I needed. Let me see something right quick though. No, I can do this. Right. Let's shake it up and see what happens. I'm gonna save these two for the summer. And I'm taking all these. This is crazy. This is a crazy setup. So Fairy Tail's gonna activate, then Shadow Break activates, then Barcola activates, then Triumphant Pulse activates. Like I told y'all before, get those guts, manuals, and those scrolls when you can. Let's see if we can get this speed up. Gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. My man. I could go hit the arm and skip that race, but if I do, then I won't get the epitaph for it. But is the epitaph worth missing those stats? That's the question you got to ask yourself. The 44 speed and 22 power. I never did get to watch a Champions Cup. Like I watched it, obviously I watched it the first time that I unlocked it, but I guess digital was ranked number two. If Falcon is number three, digital has to be number two. I wish somehow I could get. I hope. I wish somehow I can get Professor of Curvature. Just have Right Shower just show up for one term. Professor of Curvature or Swinging Maestro. They're kicking up a dust storm. That's crazy. Look at all the dust they're kicking up. I'm just shooting it straight. Oh yeah. Hmm. No shop, huh? Well, I'm not skipping that race. But I am curious. Is it another double? Nope. Okay. 'Em. Yeah, I forgot I can do that. I also can get the. I need the dirt epitaph. I can do this race in my senior year. 15 speed, nice. Boom. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Forward march. What's that? All of them are turf races. What? My boy Steph ended the goat debate. What happened? I gotta find. Uh, excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't realize I had skin outbreak. That's what killed my mood. Okay, that makes sense. Agnes is in second. Clearly the rival. And that's why I buy skills. Without skills, we probably would have lost the Agnes Digital there. Oh, yeah. 2022, baby. I remember that one. Everybody told us we wasn't gonna win. I told everybody we was gonna win this year. We got it locked. Nobody can believe me. And I seen you, Hishi. Just hiding back there being weird. I don't want to put her in a bad mood. And I haven't got any cupcakes. Take my time. Ooh, and we got to move up. Nice. Into inspiration. All right. And it's another gold. Oh, back to back gold in the same run. Deep breaths. Future act. Pure heart. Oh my God, bro. Oh my. Bro, how many ults do I have now? Ooh, cupcake. Gotta get that. I get as many dirt races in as I can, along with the regular races. That's what I'm saying. Her Falcon and Possum. Yeah. Or for me, well, I won't even. I won't try. I won't try Falcon. That's too much. That's too much pant grinding to get her from E to A, long and turf. 12 speed, nice. Boom, boom. The energy. We don't need charming. Oh yeah, I like this.
LeBron's era, the player most kids wanted to imitate wasn't LeBron, it was Steph Curry. The 1990s reflected Michael Jordan's image: explosive, dominant, unstoppable. But the modern era carries Steph's fingerprint: creative, skill-driven, fearless, and limitless. That's a cultural impact LeBron never fully captured, no matter how many points or trophies he stacked up. You can even hear the tension in LeBron's own words during one famous moment. After the 2016 championship, when Cleveland completed that historic comeback, LeBron called himself the greatest of all time. But watch closely. His eyes drop. His voice softens. The energy feels uncertain. Fans noticed it immediately. One viewer commented, "He doesn't even believe it himself. Look how he stares at the floor when he says it." Another joked, "Man, the room got quiet real fast." Then someone dropped a sharp reminder about that Game 7 finish. Kyrie Irving hitting a cold step-back three over Steph while LeBron watched from the corner. Moments like that stick in people's minds. Even in LeBron's greatest victory, the presence of Steph Curry still hovered nearby. So here's the real question people keep asking now. How can LeBron still claim the GOAT crown when Steph Curry keeps shining in so many areas that define greatness? Steph has more wins against him on the biggest stage. He built a powerful champion story. He inspired a generation of young players who want to play exactly like him. And then there are those moments critics love to bring up, the dramatic reactions after contact on the court that sometimes spark debate among fans. Now, yes, LeBron holds countless records. That part is undeniable. But look at some of the nights those milestones happen. When he passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to become the NBA's all-time leading scorer, the Lakers still lost the game. When he became the first player with 30,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, and 10,000 assists, another loss followed. Even the historic 40,000-point milestone came during a defeat. It's almost eerie how many of LeBron's individual achievements happened on nights that didn't end in celebration. Now, compare that with Steph. When Curry makes history, those moments often come wrapped inside victories. Championship runs, MVP seasons, playoff performances fans never forget. Steph has a way of turning milestones into fireworks shows. That's the difference between collecting numbers and creating unforgettable moments. One builds a stat sheet. The other builds memories fans talk about for years. Even at the recent Olympics, LeBron earned the MVP award. That's a huge accomplishment. But listen to the conversations afterward. What did people keep talking about? Steph's clutch shooting, Steph's energy, Steph's leadership when the pressure hit. Somehow, even when they share the same stage, Curry still finds a way to shine a little brighter. And that's why the GOAT conversation might need a serious reset. For years, the debate stayed locked between Michael Jordan and LeBron James. But when you look closely at the finals battles, the influence on the sport, and the cultural impact across the world, Steph Curry's case suddenly becomes impossible to ignore. The man who reshaped modern basketball didn't just compete with LeBron. He changed the entire conversation. He outperformed LeBron James at several moments that fans believe matter the most. And that brings up a seriously uncomfortable question people keep whispering about. If Steph Curry consistently rose above the player many rank right behind Michael Jordan, then where does Steph actually land on the all-time list? Maybe he's not sitting above MJ just yet, but pretending he doesn't belong right behind him is getting harder and harder to argue. The game shifted because of Steph. The culture flipped because of Steph. And the legacy race may never look the same again. If you made it this far, hit like, share, and subscribe for more stories like this. We're just getting started. Peace.
There are decks you bring to win, and then there's Exodia. I've assembled all 5 special cards.
The front is full history. It lay there. It is a witness to time, to beauty, to love. Natural diamonds, eternal warmth.
Live life unlittered with Tidy Cat's Breeze. Complete ocean litter, breeze pellets and pads and tubes to unstink the waste, so you can unbeat the work. Unmessy pellets, There are decks you bring to win, and then there's Exodia. I've assembled all 5 special cards, all 5 pieces of the puzzle. That's not possible!
Exodia! Obliterate!
5 pieces, 5 cards. 5 cards that haven't been relevant in competitive play for over a decade. A strategy that exists in the anime as a myth. Something really cool for the show, but not for the real life game. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't care about card boards that can negate everything. This game has evolved into something that Exodia was never designed to survive. And yet, at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, cameras rolling, crowd watching, commentators live, someone assembled all 5 pieces of Exodia. This was not at a
Got him.
locals. This wasn't in a YouTube
That's what's
video.
up, bro. Somebody summoned Exodia at a Yu-Gi-Oh championship IRL, and it was a grandpa. I understand. He had to watch the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh. That's the only way he knows about Exodia. So he had to watch it with his grandson. That's like I want to be like that grandpa. You know what I mean? When I get older, I want to be like that grandpa.
This kid was into Yu-Gi-Oh! Just started playing with him.
Not his grandson.
But the way Jeff plays is pretty much
Well, it works.
in the competitive scene.
And that tracks.
Lines, like myself, Jeff is drawn to the mean stuff. The decks that make people uncomfortable. Hold on. He was interested in the strategies that just mess with the flow of the game that nobody was prepared for. For a while, Jeff was known for running
Oh man, not Mystic Mind, bro.
outright. When that happened, Jeff didn't just pick up
That's
the
rough
deck.
to play
He
against.
started playing Exodia.
Oh, he played Exodia from Mystic Mind. Oh god. Mind to Exodia, that is such a leap.
Justin is a legit competitive player. Multiple Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series stops, a proven track record at the highest level of this game. He's not the kind of guy who shows up to a YCF hoping to run well. He's the kind of guy who shows up expecting to make a deep run because he's done it before. And he's on Tier Elements, which at this point in the format is one of the strongest decks in the game. So just to put this in perspective, Jeff, a grandpa running Exodia, is sitting down across from one of the better players at the against of the format. Stream live at a feature match table. Jeff did not stumble across this soft matchup. This is just insane. He's playing against. And he's playing Tier Elements. Before we get into the match, I want to quickly break down both decks. Because if you don't understand what each player is working, you won't fully know. Yes, let's break it down. First, we got Sin's deck, Tier Elements. So Shelby is a fusion-based strategy, but the way it uses summon is what makes it so unique. Instead of using traditional fusion spells like polymerization, Tier Element monsters trigger off when being sent to the graveyard and shovels itself back into the deck as fusion materials on the spot, which means the deck is constantly generating advantage just from cards being milled or cards being sent to the grave.
Now, what happens if you activate a trap card during your first turn, or you set a trap card during your first turn, and then you activate it when he triggers that effect? And the trap card is, a basic, you have to discard one card from your hand when a card returns from your graveyard to your deck. Automatic. Over, like, you would die in 2 turns or 3 turns, probably, unless you just stop comboing, which means your deck is basically dead at that point because it has no power, no real power. Until, unless you summon to Talus,
Are broken, and Justin knows his deck inside and out. There is absolutely no fluke of him sitting on a future match table.
Let's see.
Now let's talk about Randall's deck. The goal is simple: get all 5 pieces of Exodia into your hand and instantly win.
Save up those 3 golds.
And of course, just like the anime, if you guys do not know what Exodia does, you have all 5 pieces of the duel. Exodia, one non-duality, so spare for greed. They're slowly drawing cards and hoping you get there before your opponent kills you. Also, fun fact, did you know that this type of Exodia deck, the ones with duality, jar of greed, Swiss Scarecrow, one day of peace, they top a Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2024 Winston, actually top 8. Pretty cool, right? But that version is just so far gone. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gone so much faster than what it was in 2012. And in 2012, I was like, what, 15 years old? That was a long time ago, bro. I'm almost 30. Damn. The difference between then and Jess's version is faster than the one in 2012. This is modern Exodia, turbocharged by the link mechanic, and the whole combo starts off with one single card, Neo Space Connector. When you normal summon Connector,
Oh, Neo Space Connector. Yo, that card is expensive.
Station monster, which is
I had one.
Dolphin, which lets you look at your opponent's hand.
I had no use for it, and I traded it because I did not know what it was.
The card that
Really
goes
used for.
is if your opponent has draw, they can shut your entire combo down instantly. This combo by the soul directly from your deck to your hand. So you draw a Lockbird, and you would a normal summon Connector. They have that draw in the hand. Since Connector summons Neo Station directly from the deck, you're going to be able to discard draw directly to the group. Before and once Connector resolves, the entire combo begins. From here, Jeff just needs 2 warrior monsters. As you guys can see, Neo Space Connector is a warrior, and Alpha Dolphin is a warrior. And what happens once you have 2 warriors on the field during that time? You easily link them off for a Zolde, 2 Tales of the Noble Knights. And once a Zolde touches the field, the game instantly ends.
What?
Jeff's plan is simple. 2 warrior monsters on field, then acts to a Zolde. Once the Zolde resolves, you win the game with all 5 pieces of Exodia. This is not your typical grandfather's Exodia. Well, actually, in this case, it literally is. Guys, I remember this match vividly, but I had to watch the live stream match because I actually offended this wife when this happened. And I remember this is the
Since we already raced the Queen Elizabeth
because the
once,
crowd was
or
going
raced one of the dirt
crazy,
races,
bro. But I haven't seen the
or
entire
raced the
match.
classic.
Okay, so let's take a look at this for the very first time since 2023. Here we go. All right, guys. Who won the die roll, bro?
Bro, look at my unique skills.
And both of these guys are 3-0 at this point. Justin Singh, strong competitive player right here.
If only my one whip card would give me that. Actually get a good chance, unless I get it early before the debut.
So the German thread does have some points of interaction there. There's Herald of
I have one long skill that won't
I was
activate.
facing against a grandpa, and he goes, "Oh, connector," and he looks at me like that. Hey, yo, I'm shaking his hand. I'm like, you got it, grandpa. You got it, bro. I don't know what you're up to, bro. I came to, man. You ain't gonna know what I'm playing, bro. Scoop it on my deck. So Jeff right here in his hand has Neo Space Connector. He has Instant Fusion. He has Ignite Templar in his hand. I'm not too sure what the other card in his hand is, but the last spell he has in his hand is Instant Contact. His card is an Elemental Hero card, which reads, gain 1,000 life points. There's someone else that will Elemental Hero or Location Monster for extra deck, ignoring his summoning condition. And in this case, he does play Elemental Hero.
At sunset, let's get it.
Another warrior monster, which just gives him an additional body to make this old, okay? So obviously, the entire deck's goal is to get access into his old.
Smart Falcon jumps out to the lead.
You know what's crazy?
She activates her ult
So the last card in his hand is Fireflint Lady. And Fireflint Lady,
because of Mayana Top Gun. I know she activated her ult.
great, bro. The last card in his hand is Fireflint Lady, okay?
Alright, we start activating.
Like I said earlier,
Ramp up.
So the Germans Red Bull does have control of
Hydrate.
control of your strategy.
By the way, this connector was a bait. This connector didn't even have to resolve. Like, even if Justin, okay, somehow orange like this. You guys don't know what orange light destroyed itself, another fairy for the Eden monster effects destroyed. Let's say connector locked and it didn't resolve. Okay? Yo, Grandpa, Solomon Jeffrey Nolan, instant fusion and instant contact, giving him still 2 warrior monsters on the field to make his goal. This connector was a bait.
Very good. In addition to that, you could also potentially.
But it resolved! Oh, like what?
Putting the card like Shadol
You got a dolphin, you know, some dolphin?
Your nose are blessed.
Wow, your nose are blessed, bro.
No way, Hishi.
For cause, bro.
No way, ma.
Send apartment lady.
This will not only give us insight into whether or not Justin has any action, it's also going to tell Jeffrey if he coached his player.
Send for cause. No hands! So in Justin's hand, he had Danger Nessie, Hellbeck, alright, Chanel Skomata, Danger Mothman, and Filament Palmerino. Okay? This is the field spell. So if he had, you know, like an arrow of the orange light, this would have been a problem because Hellbeck's in the order of mill 5, and he could potentially play it on Jeff's turn. But bro, no hand traps, bro.
Stamina.
If Justin went first, Jeff was cooked.
Speed
And
up,
like, wow,
yeah.
this is such a dire matchup.
But
bro.
I
It's
needed
so
a
good.
stamina.
Okay.
For real, though.
It's never for a big one in the opening frame. But we see if Kelvin can actually work in interruption.
He does have a Kelbeck.
Appreciate it, Toshi.
Okay.
So
Wow. So zone is in the search. So guys, the whole next league goes up in the zone and you win.
So typically you search a card.
All right.
Generally speaking, it's just
And he's gonna search Templar. I think he has Gallon in hand. And guys, remember, he cannot use Templar's monster effect for the rest of the turn. But the thing about Ignites is that they're normal monsters, which they have no effects. But once you put them in scale, they become pendulums, right? So that actually bypasses the zone. And you can use Templar like to
So
scale.
the first effect, and then of course now the second effect, you can put them on
The cost,
You reveal exactly.
Okay, our stamina's getting up to where I want it
because
to
there's
be.
cost, he's gonna send, of course, the Durandal.
Weight is up. Okay, it's down.
I see it. Right.
I mean, it's got to be a trade-off somewhere, right?
There's techniques in here.
If there's a trade-off anywhere, I'd want it to be.
Every strategy is in some way, shape, or form based on the but each of
And you use
as fast as possible, as reliable as possible.
Wow. Okay. So guys, so right here, what's happening is that Kelbeck has a special ability, okay? What Kelbeck does, if a party
Oh,
is
crap.
or deck to your opponent's
I didn't mean to
graveyard,
do that.
target one special summon monster your opponent controls, special summon this card from your hand, and then return that monster to the hand. They're going to be able to actually compulsory activate
It's
white
okay.
and a Zolt back to the hand because Zolt sent Durandal to the graveyard to summon.
There are a lot of things you can't reverse. Gray hair used to be one of them. Now there's Just for Men Gray Reverse, a daily serum that tells your hair to start making color again, with the best results in about 90 days. Get your color back.
Did you pay the apple card like that?
A while ago.
Champions Cup.
Earn an online MBA recognized for real salary growth at Wake Forest.
Somewhere only know, somewhere only
On that one by 5 lanes.
somewhere.
Summon Ronald directly to the
We
hand.
aren't going to see the Hellback activating because.
Another speed scroll. Speed weights.
So
15 weight, 15 stam.
Yeah, but that
Nice.
is okay. Because why? Jeff already
30
has
skill, 10 power. Nice.
Fusion, and he already has, ladies and gents, instant contact in his hands. So he's gonna be able to.
Alright, bro, we getting the cleats at the right time.
I think Jeff's a little bit nervous though.
every individual play can really matter.
Don't buy that. We got 3 turns for the others. Ankle weight. Yeah. I don't need the vitamin.
Right now, it should be blue right for Jeremy.
That's part of the combo, guys. He needs to get access to Ignis Phoenix, the Draco Slayer direct next hand. And then he can activate Instant Fusion. Pay 1,000 life points. He can summon Flame Swordsman directly from his extra deck. Move it! Then you go Instant Contact to summon, of course, Flare Needles. So, guys, that connector never needed to resolve, bro. That connector was just bait. And he can make another Isolde as well.
He's brought out Elemental Hero Flare.
He just needs a lot of link two on the field. And then now you can place the scales here. So you go, of course, Templar and the
That's
Ignis.
definitely going to be the case. He has another pretty iconic one in there, too. Dark Side.
And you can activate Templar affecting scale to pop the Ignis Seed here, which gets the and of course the Gallant directly from that. Or the Crusader Ignis Phoenix will get a trigger. If you guys do not know what Ignis Phoenix does, this card right here, Ignis Phoenix Draco Slayer. And this card will do destroy a battle card effect with special one Draco Slayer or one Ignite monster through your deck except for Ignis Phoenix and Draco Slayer. And you do is treated as a tuner. So whenever it gets popped, in this case, Templar pops it, it basically floats like a tour guide into a Gallant directly from the deck. And that card will be treated as a tuner. And then you can summon Gallant directly from the deck. This card's a tuner. This card's a level 6 plus a level 1 Renault. Renault is not a tuner, by the way, because it wasn't summoned by its own effect. And then he gets to summon this card right here. This card is called Symphonic Warrior Rocks. And what this card does, this card is special summon. You can add one piece of Pendulum Monster for your extra deck to your hand. So basically what he does is that, so if you guys did not notice, he starts Crusader earlier on.
So we took your dash in the first time. We're going to do on the beginning this time.
The missing scale from his extra deck. In this case, it will be Templar, which is a 7th scale.
Renault might not be a tuner in this case. Oh, but something from the Ignister.
Yeah, Gallant becomes a tuner if it summons off the Ignister's effect.
So it does make it a tuner. We're continuing, no? Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Man, I would feel the type of way if I was getting beat up by a grandpa.
He's the only guy I know that can play Mystic Mind
In
and
the
Nolan.
Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
Like, he's actually the GOAT. That was the GOAT. He does his laughter. Yo, how did I miss this match, bro? That's hilarious.
Nice.
So, like I said, he can add Templar, which is the 7th scale, and now he can add Crusader at the 7th scale. And
Mhm.
now he's going to make
Give me
Templar,
that,
I think,
give me
right here
that,
from
give me
Shield.
all
So, Beyond the
that.
Pendulum, Beyond the Pendulum, this card gets search.
Alright, go to the shop for the last time.
Yes, sir.
Speech go definitely. Wait.
Scales right now, scale 7, scale 2.
Don't need any
And now
more
you can summon his entire hand.
cleats.
Now he's lit.
And
now the
wit,
combo begins.
perfect.
He's gonna summon the Ignis and a Gallant and the. And
So
of
I'll
course
take
the
these two, and then we got 3
Position. And
speeds if I
Umamasume
want
gets
to
summoned
train
for
speed
poison.
3
And the reason
times.
why he's gonna use those two
Just
monsters
highly doubtful.
DXCs. Okay? Right here, you can get access to Time Star Magician. And Time Star Magician is ridiculous, okay? If you guys don't know what Time Star Magician does, once per turn, you can have one execution
Alright,
with a
this,
star out of a dark
let me
type monster
see.
directly through that turn. What is he searching?
I don't have any. Oh yeah, I didn't spawn any cupcakes this run.
Sonia. The head always comes first, bro. Head always comes first. Look at Justin's face. He's like, bro, I'm gonna get fucked, bro. Lock the hell in, bro. I love bro. I can't do it, bro. Wow.
Look at Justin's face. Maybe.
Wow.
Hey, this is me.
And then he used Templar's effect again to pop the scale search for another Fire Warrior. But then, guys, I want you guys to see what Jeff is doing, okay? This is why Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so beautiful. If you guys read Time Star, it's a secondary effect. One per turn, if a Pendulum monster cards in your monster zone or Pendulum zone destroy battle or card effect, you can send one spellcaster type monster from your deck to the graveyard instead. So that's a built-in protection. What he's doing is that he's using Templar's effect to attempt to pop the other scale Crusader, and then he's using Time Star to protect it by sending these spellcasters to the graveyard instead. Please.
Sacrifice
Look
my
at that. Like, Justin's
mood.
being like, what the heck?
Also-
Like, Justin's being like, what the hell is going on?
And the
Like,
reason
what
for
the hell's
that
going on?
is,
He's like, you know,
even though my mood went down,
Hey, Justin, I think he's starting to realize that he's about to experience selling the Forbidden One on the very first
And he's
game.
gonna send
still get the training I want.
Dragon Summoner. And what this card does, and this card is sent from the field to the graveyard.
And then we're gonna go
For spellcast bonus for your deck to your hand. Time Star Magician gets your zone in the hand. While whenever Blue Dragon Summoner gets sent to the graveyard, Blue Dragon Summoner is going to be able to keep searching existing Zodi pieces directly to deck for him. So now he's taking away Time Star Magician and Beyond the Pendulum. they had access to Celine, and Celine is really
We'll come
important
over
because
here. We're gonna
Celine will
get
get
pure
powers on blue,
heart,
and Celine can revive back these spellcast
right-handed.
Dragon Summoner. So that way that you can link Celine Blue Dragon Summoner again, you basically get searched and missing Celine. So Celine has 5 counters on it, and she only needs 3 counters to be removed to reward back the spellcaster.
And
So
then
now Celine's gonna revive back the Blue Dragon Summoner.
race.
Summoner. And then now I think Kevin's gonna link Blue Dragon Summoner and Celine into Cross Chief. Insane. Yeah, Cross Chief. And then Blue Dragon Summoner, when it's set to the viewer, gets such an Exodia piece. Okay. You see that? He's searching an Exodia piece for Justice Cook. He's like, yo, bro. He's reading the fine print. He's like, shit, man. Bro, I'm gonna get destroyed. Now he can contact fusions of Dynamite.
The fusion Draco Slayer.
Okay. Because he has 2 ignitions on the field and the Gallon. And now, if a fusion monster is summoned across the zone, Frost can revive back a monster from the grave for free, right? Level 4 lower. So he's going to revive back Blue Dragon Summoner because Dynamite was summoned in the cross keep zone. So this can bring back the Blue Dragon Summoner again. Okay. And then he can make Celine again because Cross Keep is a link 2 and Celine is a link 3. And then Blue Dragon Summoner, whenever sent to the graveyard, gets to search again.
Oh, that is perfect.
That's an arm. And he used Celine again. Celine is not 1 per turn, by the way. He can ride back Blue Dragon Summoner again. And then he used the 3 monster again. Celine,
Let's
Dynamite,
go.
and Blue Dragon to make a 3rd Celine. Just look at Justice State.
I didn't think I was gonna get close to max speed.
Okay. And then Celine can revive Blue Dragon Summoner again.
Oh yes, sir. And my wit is in a good spot. My stamina's about to hit 900. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's see. 95 skill points. I don't think I can. No, I think I'm gonna save it. Yeah, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it and try to get Gourmand and Corner Connoisseur. And if I can get those 2, maybe I could get
That's actually insane.
Amazing.
not Glitter Star. I'm not worried about that one.
But Justin's deck designs to put up so many negates and disruptions that
yeah,
doesn't allow
yeah. Just get those 2
whatsoever. And obviously, Jeff doesn't have any disruptions at this point because you can see by Justin's end board during game number 2, his end board is on Draco Stapelia, Espinal Knight, Blackheart, and also the Sprint right here, right? And Espinal Knight is actually really good against his deck because once a Zord gets summoned, Justin will just chain Espinal Knight on a Zord, so that would just remove the exotic fury, and it won't be able to actually bring out another warrior monster.
So many ults.
SP literally checks the Zord instantly, and the 2 apples right here, absolutely insane.
Anytime. You know, those are gonna be. Actually, let's see. Let's see what she's like. I get that. I'll get that long straightaway skill too. The 70 points, maybe. We'll see how this turns out.
Kelvin Speed lets you know the top 3 cards of your deck. In this case, a Kelvin Kashira, any ultimate Squamata, which is going to let it know potentially 4 cards, for the, then Javis is going to swoop. Because at this point, like, you saw like Cloudheart and also the Dragon Sedalia, I've been looking at Justin's hand, he had double Santa Claus, Dark Ruler, and Exodia piece. He just didn't have any good starters, you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have Connector, he didn't have any ways to get 2 warriors on the field against Predator Plant, Draco Sedalia, and also Kaleidoscope with the 2 back row as well. Wow, Justin know the Kashiri Element, and also the Squamata as well. So, like, Jeff is actually just cool. Yeah, and you see he has Exodia piece and also Manual Midbreaker on the field. He's just going to take it back, he's just going to swoop, which is the right thing to do, you know what I'm saying? And you actually don't want to lose any time, you know? So now Justin takes it into game number 3, bro. Okay, what is Jeff's hand? So Jeff has no space connector for sure, and he also has jump forward in his hand.
It's really impressive that Justin had
No most of a connector effect.
especially on a jump forward.
Oh my god, there's an effect.
Now the connector gets you there. Okay, this looks like it might be a pro.
Oh! insane. You know what is actually insane here? Because of the heat, the effect and also gets rid of a body, so that way that Jeff doesn't
Oh,
roll into his ult.
come on now,
Now
get through there.
wonder, yo, why doesn't he just wait?
There you go, Nib Navigator, Shadow Break, Face Shader Spawners. Holy moly. Barcolev Blessings. Oh.
Like right here, if you know, a gentleman named like Kelbeck or.
And then if there was anybody left, Triumphant Pulse. Man, that's crazy. They all activate one right after. I love it. I love it. I'm so glad that they all activated those distances. I also thought about using what's her name? Shayuku? What's her name? The new runner? With the pink ribbons in her hair and the pink kimono. I thought about using her because one of my followers or whatever made me not made me, but made a 3-star front runner. But I don't want to give her any front runner skills. I just wanted the old.
Jeff was playing as the best deck in the entire room. The elements. And Justin
Dang, Measure of Rain just can't get right. Worst luck, bro. She just happened to come up against this. Sorry, Mesro, but not sorry. And we got good. Ooh, man, this is playing out so good. Okay. This is playing out perfectly. I just wish I had a whistle. Let's see if I can get a wit training or power training.
That ass, man. That ass, Justin, man. Well, it didn't matter. He had the ash here. Because somebody dolphin and was losing ash anyway, so sorry, man. I'm correcting myself. That's a good ash. He had the ash there, but it didn't matter because you already had connector and jump forward. And like I said earlier, guys, all you had to do is get 2 warriors on the field. And when there's 2 warriors, you win the game.
You got 15 minutes on the clock still available. That's plenty.
Oh my
You know what?
God.
I'll let me see what it looks like. Because I mean, it's last training of the career anyway, so
Bring your best.
let's see what it looks like. Yeah,
Something shifted.
13. It gives him 13 with 5 skill points
Did too.
on power. I mean, I'm looking at power, not speed. It's gonna give me 13 regardless because that's cap out speed. Let's see. And that gives me 12. But more stem. And this gives me 16 with 4 speed.
Score at 39, 33.
42. I worked.
That is hilarious, bro. The crowd is cheering One More Piece. I did remember people were cheering that when I was in my match at this YTS. That was insane.
In game 1 and 3. Yeah, Palooza. Just for the.
Oh my, I'm getting goosebumps watching this match, man.
Palooza game with us. This is clean. This is very clean. We got me up.
And Justin is good sport, clapping away. That is insane!
Exodia, Obliterated Rage, that's right. The Grandpa Yuki, bro. Straight up. Because that was Grandpa Yugi's deck. Just the upgraded version.
That was insane. You guys saw the crowd going wild, hearing one more piece, one more piece, one more piece. That was epic, guys. And you guys see how crazy Yu-Gi-Oh is? The fact that Justin Brick, oh my God, Jeff is playing Zodia. It felt like you're watching an episode of the anime, bro. Let me tap it. Like, the best deck in the room. The elements. Freaking in a game 3 of a feature match against Jump Lord Cass. That is insanity, bro. You guys cannot make this up. And guys, look at the crowd, man. Look at the crowd, bro. They're going wild. It's not that Jeff won. A crowd won. And who he beat. Like, he won a deck that nobody took seriously. Brought it to one of the biggest Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship tournaments in the entire world. Sat down across a legitimate pro and a legitimate top-tier deck. And not only that, he also won. And somewhere in between all that, he put together one of the most memorable moments in competitive. That's the story of Jeffrey Leonard at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Indianapolis. And honestly, guys, that was pretty good. This is a story of how his grandpa shocked the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! world. I'll catch you guys on the next story. Peace out.
With Little Caesar's new $5.99 mix and match, the pizzas are large and you're in charge. 2 or more faves for only $5.99 each. This match or this match? You're in charge. We'll make it large. Mix and match from Little Caesar's for only $5.99 each. Pizza, pizza. Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms. Does anyone actually remember the movie Surf's Up?
Yeah, I remember Surf's Up. Surf's Up. I don't like the second one. I don't like, what is it, Surf's Up with the WrestleMania version, whatever. I don't like that one. I like the first one.
Goofy Chicken and Friends. You're like me, you're probably kind of sore.
I kind of wish they had another movie where they went to like Australia and found some more penguins and, you know, surfed in a competition maybe. And he got to chase his dream of being a pro surfer, you know.
Cartoon enjoyer, and it's a goofy little movie about goofy little penguins. If you take the time
With Chicken Joe,
surface,
one of the smoothest surfers I've ever seen in my life.
Anxiety, existentialism, and even finding the true meaning of life. I'm not kidding. That's actually all in the movie. There's a lot to this movie,
Yeah.
which might make it seem overly complicated sometimes. And despite all the glazing I've done so far, this
It's like,
does
it's
have
weird.
expression.
When those movies came out, I was like slightly just past like the demographic age group they're shooting for. I was like a year or two older. But I love the animated films. Dinosaur did it for me. The animated film Dinosaur had me stuck in animated films. Ooh, there's Pure Hearts.
The movie begins with the reality film crew about to interview some random penguin who loves to surf.
She might be impossible to stop coming around this corner this last turn. I'm just saying. Look at that burst.
For some reason, I think, what's been
You just look at it and call me princess. Something. It's on.
Techniques. They're interviewing a random 17-year-old about it, but I digress. What's mentioned is that Cody talks about this one surfer called Big Z. This guy was the best in the world. He even visited Cody's home island at one point and gave him a necklace.
everyone knows and loves this guy. He's famous, and hopefully nothing new that Cody doesn't
By
plan on
10
being a regular
links.
penguin. He wants to be a famous surfer like Big
Last
C.
time we won by
And
10 links, it was S plus, mid S
I'm just
plus.
gonna
So this
rid of-
one, I don't know. This one's better build than that Kitisan. So maybe SS? We'll see.
All the time. Small town, you'll probably understand this a lot.
I have a migraine. I'm sardine pile.
Them that could man.
It's all hard work.
We also meet Cody's mother and brother. Cody's dad got eaten by a killer whale a couple years ago. Don't worry about it. Cody's mom's hearing is, however, she doesn't understand the whole surfing thing.
Yeah, give me all those extra stats. Yum, 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 yum.
The typical older sibling.
Y'all gotta use Rico, man. Well, you don't gotta, but it's a good idea to use Rico. I think I missed my whip by. See, that's what I was thinking about. That's why I was trying to determine what I wanted to do with or power that last training. But we didn't get to 800.
Quickly mentions that Big C, the famous surfer guy, is no longer around because he actually
SS plus, A plus, S plus, and we almost hit 600 guts. I didn't buy one of those guts manuals. I skipped it.
And mention this one area that's extremely dangerous. You'll never believe this, but apparently this area has caused multiple deaths. A moment of silence for them. That's great for a news show, actually. Damn, that sucks. Anyway, this is where we meet the main villain of the movie. He's not really a villain, he's just kind of insane. I'll get to that later. This guy's name is Tank Evans, and much like a tank, he's big, he's strong, and he runs over literally everyone in his way.
And spend some time with the kids.
This is when we cut back to Cody's home island, where it just so happens that a talent scout is looking for new surfers to enter the Big C competition. Cody obviously freaks out with excitement because other than his dad getting eaten alive, literally nothing interesting has happened to this place ever. Cody tries to show off his surfing skills, but there aren't any waves at the moment, so the talent scout gets bored and then leaves, which is actually insane, by the way, and kind of makes no sense. Imagine you're trying to be a pro gamer or something, and you show up to like the FaZe Clan audition, but there's no computer for you to play on. Like, what do you expect from me, dude? What are we doing?
So, on the team now.
No.
Thankfully, Cody doesn't give up that easily and chases after the talent scout, which gains him some respect points, so now he's in the competition. This is also when we meet maybe the greatest character in all of film, maybe ever. This guy
Chicken
is
Joe.
called Chicken Joe, and he's the chillest surfer you'll ever see
Exactly.
in your entire life. Much like
Yep.
Cody, Chicken Joe was seen as weird by his
He's
family
awesome,
for surfing
bro.
all the time, although he is a chicken, so
Yeah.
it makes a little bit more sense in this case. These two become best friends immediately and do a sick handshake to prove it. So far, everything seems alright with this movie. I'm not really dying of excitement or anything, but we've already built a good foundation to get to know these characters, which means surely it's time for something upbeat and positive, right?
Yeah, S plus. Another mid-rank S plus. Oh,
Already. The father's dead.
I feel
Big
like
C
she's
is
built
dead.
better,
No
though.
one back home believes in Cody. Chicken Joe, you're our last hope. It's not all bad because Cody and Chicken Joe finally arrive at the new island and spend some time running around doing wacky things. Cody eats some squid on a stick. Chicken Joe gets a tattoo on his butt. Some random kid almost drowns. It's a wild time. Cody tries to flirt with this female penguin who's a lifeguard in the area, but it's very awkward and almost made me turn off my TV from secondhand embarrassment. Penguin? More like Pangloos, am I right? This girl's name is Lonnie, and she's pretty awesome, and oh my god, that kid is drowning again.
Oh, alright.
Anyway, back to Big C dying, we find out that during a previous competition, Big C
pretty
hit a dangerous
straightforward.
area of rocks that was
Let's see
mentioned
about
earlier,
these
and has
three.
never been seen since.
Okay,
Like, they didn't even
don't
find a
need
body,
that,
which seems
don't need
odd
that,
considering it's right next to
and
the
don't need
shore,
that.
but whatever. Everyone honors him to
Boom.
this day, except for Tank, who's currently
Well,
doing
she's
walks at the
definitely an
Big C
ace
Memorial
build.
Surfboard, just because he feels like it. Very evil, this guy, throwing rocks at other rocks. Gotta hate him. Cody sees this and argues with Tank for a bit. Cody doesn't like Tank's cocky attitude, and Tank makes fun of Cody for wearing a Big Z necklace.
He's a big zero. Shut your mouth. Zero starts with Z.
He just saw how people were mourning and honoring Big Z, and then like 1 minute
Zero.
later,
He's a
everyone's
big
laughing
zero.
when
Zero
Tank makes fun of
starts
the
with
guy
Z.
for dying. People miss this guy.
I'm glad you understand how numbers work.
Ends up getting physical, but before it escalates too much, the two agree to have a
Spell.
surfing 1v1 right now. So they get in the water, and a massive wave is coming towards them. Tank rides it no problem because he's actually a competition-winning surfer, whereas Cody immediately falls and screams for his life. Awesome. Has to come to the rescue because Cody was about to sleep underwater forever. You know what I mean?
38
Tries to
races,
save him, and
38
everyone around
wins.
thinks of Cody as a bit of a joke now, which unfortunately is minus 10 aura points. The movie then cuts to earlier when Cody and his family are getting interviewed, and this is just there to remind us that Cody's brother doesn't believe in him at all, and even his mother doesn't really think he can win against professional surfers. Which brings me to how this movie was shot and how the story actually works. Personally, I have a soft spot for the mockumentary style of film. Usually I just end up liking it because I find it kind of funny, but I'm not sure that in this movie it's as seamless as some people say. Like, we just saw Cody almost die, then we cut to a nice, colorful family interview, then we immediately cut back to nighttime where there's thunder and rain and Lonnie is still trying to save Cody's life. And I love how the last shot is filmed from the documentary crew's perspective with a flashlight and all that. Like, this penguin could die, but instead of helping Lonnie carry him, they just filmed from a safe distance. That's smart. Take it from Logan Paul. Filming dead people gets a lot of views. Anyway, Lonnie brings Cody to another penguin called Zeke, who lives alone in the forest and I guess can heal people somehow. And I don't want to make it sound like I hate this movie and its random cuts because some of it actually does work for me. Like when Zeke looks at Cody's feet and mentions that he must have stepped on a fire urchin. So the movie cuts to the documentary crew interviewing the same fire urchin that he stepped on. Stepped on me? Are you kidding? That was dancing up. Okay, that's actually hilarious. I don't want to be harsh on this movie. I just care about how great it is. We need more movies like this, man. Zeke pulls out a poisonous spine from Cody's foot, and I'm not kidding, pees on it to make it heal faster. This movie's amazing. 10 out of 10 so far. How daring. Knock him out.
So close to this
The
one.
next day, Chick and Joey's still on the beach and finally wait. No idea what happened to Cody, which brings no results. Chick and Joe heads to the forest to see if he can find clues there. These guys are best friends, after all. We've known each other way back since, like, yesterday, I think it was. We also find out that these friends have more in common than we thought, because Chick and Joe's dad is also dead. The only difference being that this guy didn't get eaten by a killer whale. Anyway, back to Cody and Zeke. Cody is now old enough to be walking around.
Chicken
but
Joe's
chemicals
dad did
are in
not
his
get
face
eaten by a
water,
killer
but
whale, that's for
Cody
sure.
freaks out because
Well,
he lost his big necklace. It's super
he
obvious
could have
that
got
Zeke
killed
doesn't
by,
really care about it
he
at
could have got
all.
eaten by a killer whale
Cody mentions that Big C
of the
gave him
human
name
variety.
personally when he was just a kid, and for some reason,
Fried
Zeke
chicken,
reacts to that information. What's going on here? Something feels a bit sus, if you will. And despite all the goofiness that's happening so far, there's a good amount of emotional depth to everything going on. It's more than just a necklace to Cody. It's a symbol and a reminder to never give up and to keep all back pushing. It's a constant reminder of how I'm always being watched and judgment comes for us all. So Cody's left alone and he just sits on this log for an hour pondering his orb because he's too embarrassed to return to the beach. While that happens, Zeke actually found his necklace and brings it back to him. And although Cody is thankful at first, he's pretty depressed and doesn't really want to do anything. Zeke sees the pain in his eyes, so he motivates him and offers to make him a brand new surfboard from scratch. There's this joke where they need this specific log to make the surfboard, but it rolls
Babies don't ever stop. And behind them is an unstoppable Pampers 360 diaper with a 100% preschool. Is there? Pampers, behind every baby. Now with new Easy Off tabs.
Are you kidding? Coco Gauck got a new smoothie? If I drink this, I'll play just like her.
Nope.
But I'll get a delicious snack with vitamins and protein?
Yes.
Wow. Thanks, Coco.
You're welcome, random man.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes. I think of this as double.
I'm not playing.
F long distance. Oof. Yeah, long distance.
I've learned how to live with hidradenitis suppurativa. In the pain of who I am. With Bimzelx, I'm back to fewer HS symptoms.
Many saw at least a 50% reduction, and some even seeing 75% reduction. And many felt less pain. Serious side effects
like the ability to fight them, problems, and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough occur, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems.
Start to say, I'm back to fewer HS symptoms.
Ask your dermatologist about big cells.
And this is when Cody finds a hidden beach area nearby and decides to check it out. Now, if you've never seen this movie before, and you still want to experience it for the first time, now's the moment where I recommend you go watch the movie and maybe come back after you finish watching it. The rest of you that are just here for the vibes, thank you for staying. Have a chicken ball combo on me. As Cody approaches this beach, he quickly realizes that Big C used to hang out here since most of his stuff is just laying around, which is when Zeke walks up to the hut and things get kind of emotional.
Zeke.
This movie is so ahead of its time, it's crazy. I don't even like these characters that much, but I'm feeling something here. Shout out good filmmaking, my favorite genre, for real. So the big twist here is that Zeke is actually Big Z. That's right, he never actually died, and has just been hiding this entire time. Cody freaks out and fangirls for a solid 3 minutes here. It's honestly great.
You said you were dead, but you're not dead, you're in hiding.
What I love about this is that while most movies have a giant twist at the end that pretends to change the entire movie, this twist happens somewhere in the middle and only really affects Cody right now, which makes it feel a lot more personal and connected to the main themes of the story so far. Cody gets a burst of motivation as he believes he can now win the surfing competition, with film crew asking a bunch of characters what it means to be a winner, one of the biggest themes of the movie. Some say it's someone who's dedicated, some say it's someone who's having lots of fun, some say it's someone who crushes all the losers and deserves all the fame. These answers are valid, to be honest, although Tank seems to enjoy winning a little too much.
This is Jill, Amy, Little Susan, Brianna, Shaniqua, Helga.
Cutting back to Cody, though, he's trying his best to practice almost every. He appreciates the advice on what to do in the water. Big C refuses, since according to surfing a long sea shows Cody how to sculpt his own board from a log of wood. It doesn't go well, however, because these two end up arguing about God knows what. So this disconnect comes from Big C's love for the craft of surfing. He really respects the sport and all the hardships that come with it, whereas Cody just wants to get it over with and win competitions to be famous. This, of course, leads to Cody making a really bad surfboard and it cracking in half immediately. And this ensures Cody is impatient and maybe not really listening to the master, but Big C is also clearly holding back and struggles to open up when it comes to surfing. Big C goes to hide in his hut for a little bit, and it's sad because you can tell that this is a man who's been defeated by himself. So now, not only has Cody been dealing with anxiety, humiliation, pressure, insecurity, identity, rejection, and isolation, but now he's also realizing that his hero is alive, but also kind of dealing with the same issues he is. We often forget that celebrities and athletes are just people trying to survive day to day, like most of us. Listen, I'm pretty fortunate. I've got my own little corner of the internet. I've got people from all around the world watching my videos. Shout out the 93 people that have watched my videos on their Wii. That goes hard. But my point is, I'm a pretty small channel. I wouldn't expect anyone to recognize me in public, because even still, with the minor success I have, people online constantly insult me. They'll insult my girlfriend. They'll insult my family. They'll call me ugly. They'll call my content garbage. And you learn really quickly that you kind of have to stop caring about what people say, because if you don't, you'll kind of just go insane. All that to say, the feelings shown here are real. Big C feels scared to disappoint people. It's hard to put yourself out there sometimes when everyone has some sort of opinion based on a very limited
I gotta do everybody
It's not
anyways.
only limited to public figures. If you've ever had a job where you worked with others, or even a small project
Well,
where
I
you have to
should do
present in
everybody.
front of class, you know how stressful that stuff can be. People watching you don't think twice about it, but for you in that moment right now, it can feel like the world is judging you at every turn, and that's kind of scary. Sure, this is a character arc that's kind of depressing, and you hope he bounces back, but these are very real emotions that a lot of people experience day to
You gotta
day.
move it up,
Anyway,
please.
this is getting too real. Okay, what's Chicken Joe up here?
Not
Let's take a
you.
punch and
Yeah,
go.
you.
No, he's not
Yeah, there we go.
feeling my nuggets.
Chicken Joe continues his search
I
for
can feel
Cody.
it in my
He's
mouth.
kidnapped by a tribe of wild penguins who try to cook alive and eat him.
Yeah, no, they really do try to cook him alive and eat him. And he just be chilling like, "Dad, it's my new friends. Have you met my new friends?"
This has to be the most deaths in any movie that I've covered so far. No, that's not true.
Oh, The Incredibles had a lot of deaths. And the Cars movies.
this entire time. These two go on a little date together and have a fun time surfing. Things get a bit personal later that night.
Can I say something personal?
We're in the shower together. So whatever more.
After a long talk, though, Lonnie makes Cody realize how important surfing is to people like Zeke, and that it's more than just being rich and famous. As cliche as it might sound, it's about having fun. So Cody realizes he should have been more caring towards Zeke. Cody spends all night building a new board. This time he does it the right way. Big Z sees this the next morning and is all proud, as we get a montage of surfing quotes that really show you how special this is to some people.
It's all we want to do every day. Nothing I can compare it to. This is so addictive.
And once Cody stops thinking about the competition and winning and is finally just having actual fun, Big Z agrees to get in the water and help train him. These two plus Lonnie at one point surf around for a bit and it's a great time. The moral of this montage being don't forget to have fun. The mood is high, which is when Cody asks Big Z to come watch the competition tomorrow. And this is when we finally find out why Big Z faked his death all that time ago. Turns out during his last surf, Tank started beating him, which made Zeke feel very embarrassed and not want to go back to the beach. He didn't want to handle potentially disappointing all of his fans, so he simply pretended to die to not ever deal with that confrontation. It's obviously pretty ironic that the one guy who used to preach never give up no matter what people think literally just gave up because he was scared of what people would have thought. It's yet another indication that everyone, regardless of status, fame, or riches, has these emotions, and how there comes a time in life where you have to decide what matters most to you. You gotta block out the haters and just live your own life. That's what it's all about. Cody, being pretty disappointed that Big Z gave up, walks away this time even more sad than before. At least it's not all sad, because Cody, you gotta give it to Joe. He never gave up. Anyway, it's now time for the big competition, and turns out the weather is kind of rough today. Very unfortunate.
On a game level 1 to 10, give me a number
20. Oh, there'll be blood.
Cody's ready to participate, and Tank shows up to make fun of him some more, but Cody's blocking it out since he's the most mentally stable he's ever been right now. The surfing starts, and immediately, like, half the competition dies.
Thank
I wish I
you.
was kidding. We get a bunch of flashbacks of people
I
calling.
would have well over 300 speed.
The first stage, and after a couple more stages,
That works.
Deaths, probably the finals are announced to be Tank, Cody, and Chicken Joe. Hell yeah. As Cody's thinking about the competition and very excited to win it all, Lonnie is disappointed in him for only caring about the competition and not Big Z's
Autopilot
feelings,
brain.
since they fought last night and Cody wasn't really empathetic towards him. And this is when Cody realizes that being a winner might not be what it's all cracked up to be. But enough of all that, it's now time for the final stage of the competition. As they're surfing, Cody and Tank lead each other to the dangerous part of the beach. They both crash into some rocks while going pretty fast. Lonnie saves Tank, but has to leave Cody behind. So who else saves Cody but Big Z, who finally comes to terms with his own crippling anxiety and finally shows his face again on the beach. Big Z saves Cody's life. Everyone sees him now and can't believe that he's alive. And what we get here is a genuinely good delivery of maybe the best dialogue in the entire movie. Oh, you know, I got lost for a little while. That's a really good way to put it. You can hear the apprehensiveness in his voice. This is such a great movie. I'm so happy I'm watching this right now. Lonnie rushes to hug Cody when finding out he's alive, even though she chose not to save him. That's on you. Turns out no one hates Big Z for losing all that time ago or even running away afterwards. They're just happy he's back. Which, of course, is saying that a lot of people overthink these situations. It's not that deep. Just breathe, yada yada. Also, turns out Chicken Joe, of all people, officially won the competition, which honestly was the right call. And now, despite Cody literally not winning the competition, he finally understands what it's like to be a winner. Because even though he doesn't have a shiny trophy, he's got a couple new friends and is finally having fun. We cut to a bit later as the movie ends with the film crew interviewing Cody one final time as they ask him a question, and Cody says that he's done with all the interviewing and he just wants to go surfing with his friends. And that was the entire movie. Surf's Up. Was it actually that good of a movie? Hell yeah, this movie gets praised for a reason. It's generally one of the best animated films to come out of that era. Sure, I think it generally lacks high stakes. I think the mockumentary format falls flat sometimes. And I think the tone is all over the place throughout the movie. But you gotta understand, this movie isn't trying to be some overly thoughtful media think piece about a bunch of forced, deep themes. It's just being honest with itself, and the emotional moments come along for the ride. Like, sure, this movie is goofy, it's insane, and it kind of makes no sense half the time, but it's also very heartfelt and clearly came from a place of love and passion, which a lot of people would say makes this movie perfect. Whether you agree with that is up to you, but I can't lie, this movie rocks. Surely the sequel would be just as good, right?
Yeah, good though, sure.
And that's the end of the video. If you enjoyed, please like the video and leave a comment on what you thought. It would really help me out. And if you want to support me directly, you can click on my channel or click the link in the description to become a channel.
Euclid.
Easy.
Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
For some people, change the starting language and imagery. Your switching is advised.
Nice.
Assassins lie in wait for a chance to kill the President of the United States.
They have stockpiled $87,000 worth of military-grade assault rifles.
Anarchists hack government servers, hoping to create mass chaos. Without computers, there's no connectivity, and without communication, you can't run a military. Terrorists plot death and destruction against their own country.
Paris today is not what the stereotypical Paris is that you see in movies or you read in books. It's people that look like you and I.
At this very moment, enemies, both foreign and domestic, are making plans to attack the United States of America. It is the world's most powerful nation, more vulnerable than you think.
There are so many threats that it would fill the New York Times on a daily basis.
There are those who believe in the existence of a book that contains the most guarded secrets of the United States of America. A book whose very existence is known to only a select few. But if such a book exists, what would it contain? Secret agendas? Secret tactics? Secret alliances? Does there really exist a book of secrets? Al-Qaeda operatives execute a terrorist plot to attack the U.S. using commercial aircraft as their weapons. Their targets, places of strategic, economic, political, and military importance.
On the morning of September 11th, I was just going around a normal day. When about 9:15-ish or so, my coworkers came over to me. We asked me if I knew what was going on. And so I said, no. She said, well, you have to come see.
Oh,
We were
shit.
watching what was going on in New York that night. So we knew
Well,
something was going on.
wait.
Amidst the chaos, American Airlines Flight 77, which had taken off from
Okay.
that morning, had been hijacked over Ohio. What those at the military headquarters could not predict was that the Boeing 757 was heading straight for the Pentagon.
As it was getting close to the Pentagon, it actually did a 360. So it flew basically over the Pentagon, flew around once, and while it was doing that, it was descending. I just walked in the door of my office. It was like a low, rumbling noise for seconds. And then the light fixtures in the room just vibrated.
At 9:37 a.m., the plane, 53 passengers and 5 hijackers hit the Pentagon's western wall. The aircraft
torn through the Pentagon at an estimated 530 miles per hour. With thousands of gallons of fuel on board, it exploded on impact. In an instant, the western side of the building was engulfed in flames.
One more speed.
And there was just this tremendous explosion, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I remember a ball of fire coming from behind me, from my left, as it rolled across the ceiling.
There we go.
And then there was just this
77 skill
intense,
points.
heat, like nothing I've ever felt before. And I had no idea what was going on. This building shook. This mammoth hunk of concrete and steel absolutely shook with the impact of the airplane. The plane was roaring through 3 of the 5 lanes. It was a space of being shredded by the concrete columns. So you had thousands of gallons of fuel that were exploding at the same time and sending fireballs down the hallway, blowing opposite sides. I remember being blown through the air, and I didn't know where I landed, didn't have a clue. It's like somebody picked up the room and just shook it like a dollhouse. So I just started reaching out with my hands because I can't see anything. And everything I touched burned me. Even the floor was hot from the fire. I just started crawling around, trying to find my way out.
Okay.
As firefighters battled to control the raging inferno, rescue workers raced to find survivors amid the maze of rubble.
There were guys that went in, got blown over by a fireball, and got up, burned, and went to drag people out. There was a lady who was safe and went back in to get people and got burned, and she crawled out with people hanging off her legs to get out. There were people that saw people banging on glass to try and get out, and they went in to try to help them, but there were insufficient tools, and they used their bare hands. Secretary Rumsfeld came all the way to the other side of the building, much to the chagrin of the security detail, and helped pick up litters and gurneys. And it was...
He's picking up a lot more speed.
Extraordinary.
A lot
One of
faster.
the greatest sights in the world was watching the workers who had evacuated.
Than everybody else has.
Who rescued their fellow employees. And in many cases, they just had to yell to them, follow my voice, because they couldn't see him. And his voice said, go out through this one particular door, which was at the far end of the room. And I really wasn't sure where I was, but I just started crawling towards that voice. And I knew I was going in the right direction because the farther I crawled, the less hot it got. So I just crawled until I ran head first into a wall. And I just turned right and made my way through all of the little aisleways and everything until I got out to the corridor. I was standing in the middle of 5 people, and I walked out.
Firefighters and emergency workers fought heavy smoke and intense heat as they began the search for the estimated 800 missing personnel who worked in the area.
It was very difficult for this fire to vent because of the unusual structure of going into such a wide and such a low building. The fire in many parts of the building for hours was hotter than firefighting equipment is designed to handle. Usually it's very easy to persuade people to leave a fire and stay away from the fire. But at the Pentagon, firefighters encountered lots of service members who were determined to get back in. They treated this like it was a war. Had the fire commanders had their way, they would have ordered everybody out of the National Military Command Center, but they got into a minor standoff with officers there who said, we're not leaving. The nation's under attack. It is imperative to keep this part of the Pentagon operating. So firefighters had to do something that they're just not accustomed to doing, which is putting out a fire in one part of the building while keeping another part of the building operational.
But just how perilous was the situation inside the building? And what dangers did the destruction really pose to national security? Only a few knew the true extent of the damage caused by the attack. The Army's General Staff Office, as well as the Navy Command Center, a critical intelligence facility, were both completely obliterated by the fuselage. The National Military Command Center was untouched, but it was in jeopardy as the blazing fire threatened to shut it down. To make matters worse, a shift in the weather would fuel the fire to an even greater threat.
The fire commander started to rush crews up to the roof of the Pentagon, so that they could all fire out on the. Now this had become a national security issue for them.
The fire was moving toward satellite and computer equipment on the roof. If it continued to spread, the Pentagon would lose a vital communications link to troops and commanders throughout the world. But how could an attack such as 9/11 affect the Pentagon's top secret military operations?
The National Military Command Center is a steel box in which you have all the sensitive communications that reach around the globe. And 24/7, 365 days a year, it is manned. And from that command center, the President of the United States will be receiving, as does the Secretary of Defense, the information with respect to the crisis moment. And only the President and the Secretary of Defense can push the button. It needed to remain functioning for the sake of keeping the U.S. military in operation in things like the cooling system in the Pentagon, the electrical system. If the fire interfered with those things, the first thing it would do is it would shut down all the computers. Without computers, there's no connectivity, and without communications, you can't run a military.
The building operations people realized that they needed to keep water pressure in the building up so that the fire department would be able to fight the fire. Some of the building operation people risked their lives to close off pipes, even as smoke was pouring down some of those areas, and so that they could keep the command centers operating despite the danger from the fire and smoke.
When the smoke cleared, 189 lives were lost and hundreds injured. Neither the Pentagon or the United States would ever be the same. September 12th, 2001. As the sun rose over the Pentagon on the morning after the terrorist attack, the first
It was a very unusual sight, watching people coming from the Pentagon City Metro Station, walking to work, and the Pentagon is still on fire. But people were coming to work. Every person who lived here came to work. This building was still burning. This side of the building had collapsed. Everyone came to work the next day.
48 hours after the impact, firefighters finally got the blaze under control, and the recovery effort could begin.
It took them a couple of days to get the roof fire under control. Eventually they did. It was a very hazardous, very difficult thing to do.
Rows C, D, and E of the area known as Wedge 1 were destroyed by the impact and resulting fires. But with an average daily workforce of 25,000 people at the Pentagon, how was it possible there weren't even more casualties?
The Pentagon is undergoing already, and Wedge is just being completed. Had these planes hit a month either way, there would have been a lot more people killed, and there would have been a lot more people in the building. Where the aircraft hit was the only part of the building that had fire sprinklers throughout the section. It was the only part of the building that had blast-resistant windows. It was the only part of the building that had structural this Kevlar type skin that would protect against fragments of glass storm.
The existing renovation work turned to reconstruction.
It was considered a mission-critical thing to get the Pentagon back online, not to mention an extremely important symbolic act to completely rebuild the Pentagon and make it better than it ever was.
Workers themselves came up with this plan to restore tax, and within 1 year, they would have the building back to its original state. And we called it the Phoenix Project.
It was a huge matter of pride, patriotism for everybody there. We had a total of times of 4,000 people working there. The way the majority of those people felt was that we were going to show people like these terrorists what Americans could do when you came and did what they did to us.
6 months from blah to ooh la la. Nice flavor that sinks. Ever since my dermatologist recommended you start Radiantone, I'm kind of obsessed with the results. Oh, it's in.
Your skin is glowing. The dual serum with diamidol has done wonders to reduce the look of those dark spots.
He's the best. Honestly, I'd never looked so good. I just keep getting better.
Some changes are exciting. Others feel like a lot of work. Switching a checking account shouldn't be one of them. At Piedmont Advantage Credit Union, we believe switching should feel like a welcome. More than bank, it's belonging.
Librela has helped Norman get back to his old self.
Librela is used to control pain in dogs with anorexia and lethargy. Do not use in breeding, pregnant, or lactating dogs. Take extreme care to avoid self-injection.
At Queen City Home Store, we have everything you need for every room in your home. From appliances and electronics to furniture and mattresses. Our full home experts are here to help. Plus, with flexible finance options made just for you, upgrading your home has never been easier. Without price match guarantee and express delivery, you'll get exactly what you need when you need it. Find your style at a Queen City Home Store near you or at queencityonline.com.
A lot of people were working the whole 20 or 24 hours. I would leave for 2 or 3 hours. I'd come back and there were guys sleeping on the floor on the helical on the concrete so they could pump in as soon as I got back. But I think
But while working around the clock helped speed up their schedule, it was not enough to make their self-imposed one-year deadline. So what unconventional measures did they take to finish even sooner than originally hoped?
tell everybody what to that day and follow it up with drawings instead of doing drawings first. There's one particular spot, supposed to be a wall with pipes on the wall. First, the wall, well, the pipe wall wasn't ready yet. They had to build a wall around the pipes, which is the way we get. It's just everybody stepped out of the box at all times.
In addition to repairing the building, new high-security safeguards were also constructed. Ones that would prevent, or at least provide, greater protection for the Pentagon staff in case of a similar attack or worse.
We moved Route 110 further to the east. We reinforced the west side of the building. Get the berm over there, the blast wall. Suffice it to say, there are other defenses that are now in place that protect this building, and were a plane to enter into restricted airspace and be determined to be hostile, I don't think it would make it to this thing.
They certainly incorporated new security features into the building. Many of those are not public, and they shouldn't be public because they could give future terrorist ideas about how to attack the Pentagon again.
What you can see at the Pentagon is the direct effect of what happened on 9/11/01, and the reality that there are people, bad people, who would do great damage if they could.
Inside the Pentagon, reconstruction also extended to other areas of the building. Areas hidden from the public and built according to top secret
inspiration time. Let's go.
There are a number of areas to support the mission itself, including the operation centers and the regular times basis. So that's all I can go there. We don't always know about those. And if we knew about them, we probably couldn't tell you everything about them.
Lenge 1 renovations covered an area of 1 million square feet of space. Building improvements included blast-resistant windows and a new communications infrastructure. The Phoenix project finished 1 month ahead of schedule. A fitting end for what is globally considered to be the most incredible reconstruction project in history.
We actually
rebuild the building and had butts and chairs on September 11th, 2002. I don't think there's a person that worked on that site that wouldn't say that was the most important thing in at least in construction.
The Pentagon Memorial. To claim this ground in remembrance of the events of September 11th, 2001. The steps directly behind me are where the impact took place. And of course, the blackened limestone block, now etched with that fateful day, put into place after Project Phoenix concluded 1 year, a day later, September 11th, 2002.
January 20th, 2017, Washington, D.C. Donald Trump makes his way to the U.S. Capitol building to be sworn in as the 45th President of the United States. The event draws a crowd of approximately 600,000 well-wishers, all eager to get a glimpse of the most powerful person in the world. There, placed strategically among them, are the president's bodyguards, the men and women of the Secret Service.
At any inauguration, there's an implied threat the president could be targeted for assassination. The Secret Service check out all the buildings, wells,
Yeah, no, y'all don't.
covers. That's what they have.
Apparently.
They can't put any explosives down there. They also remove any mailboxes along that route. There could be bombs planted.
President Trump's Secret Service code name is Mogul. He rides to his inauguration in a heavily armored Cadillac-style limousine, also known as the Beast. He is engineered to withstand everything from conventional explosives and bullets to radiation and even biological attacks. But just how safe is the president if someone really wants to harm him?
There's a 360-degree umbrella protection that's provided to him. Below him, overhead, to the side. It even protects the crowd that's attending the inauguration. All of the resources available to the Secret Service are brought there to protect that environment.
As he steps to the podium, the commander-in-chief is further shielded by bulletproof glass, a visible reminder that the President of the United States is the ultimate target for political radicals, both at home and abroad. Even at the White House, the President is constantly shielded by multiple levels of security.
Typically, you want to have a facility that's, we call it HART, a facility that's actually built to withstand someone shooting a rifle, they're explosive, or any kind of threat to the building. When you harden a building, you need to do it in this. Materials are put into the walls. They're not seen. The exterior of the building looks just as normal as it ever did. The interior of the building, drywall and all, looks just as normal. The president has the seal of the president on his desk, on his coffee table, and that actually, when turned over, sounds an alarm that brings Secret Service agents running. There are so many threats that come in on a daily and weekly basis against all presidents that have ever been in the Oval Office. Like, it would fill the New York Times on a daily basis. 43 men have been president. 4 of them were assassinated. That's almost a 10% murderers. 4 others, and some of them very near misses. That's almost a 20% rate of attempted assassinations. No other job in the history of the modern world has led to as high a percentage of murders and attempted murders as the presidency of
In the case of President Trump's predecessor, Barack Obama, the number of threats in his life was particularly high.
Whenever you're the first, it's very historic. In this particular case, President Obama is the first African American. So everything that come in the way of harm to him also becomes very historic. When Obama was nominated,
initially, summer 2008, at the Denver Democratic National Convention, there was a skinhead plot to murder. That October, before the election occurred, there was another skinhead plot. There was a plot by a particular man in Maine to set off a dirty bomb at the inaugural festivities. So there's a very real threat of assassination, or at least attempted assassination.
But just how does the Secret Service deal with such a large volume of threats on the president's life? Are they all treated with the same degree of scrutiny? Or are some easily dismissed as idle threats or hoaxes?
When the Secret Service receives a threat against the president, it's evaluated quickly. The Secret Service categorized this level of threat, variation, if you will, between a level of threat.
Class 1 and Class 2 individuals are considered the least likely or least able to carry out their plans. The most dangerous.
Class 3 person, a familiarity with weapons and the means to execute on that threat. They have the desire and they have the ability to plan and execute. That person presents an extreme danger to the president, and we watch them very close.
Fort Stewart, Georgia, August 2012. 4 active and former U.S. Army soldiers, members of a task group called Fear, which always ready.
Speaker for the overthrow of the government.
18 speed.
The assassination of the president.
And we got a speech for.
And from what the evidence has shown, it was not an idle threat.
They had acquired and stockpiled $87,000 worth of military-grade assault rifles, thousands of rounds of ammunition, tannerite, which is an explosive. In addition to their military training, they were practicing at shooting ranges. They had members in their organization who were trained snipers by the United States government.
The accused mastermind behind the anarchist group was an active-duty U.S. Army private by the name of Isaac Akiki.
He recruited members from the military post to Fort Stewart, Georgia. They saw themselves as the true patriots should they assassinate the president.
Anarchists want to get rid of governments and take care of the masses. And you feel that you're going to be a hero, that you're doing the will of the people because everyone else is afraid to do it.
Since Akiki's arrest, 5 more members of the secret militia group have been apprehended. But does this really mean that fear no longer poses a threat?
There still could be members of this group at large. The specifics of what we know are not a public record yet. History has shown us that one person who has no training and experience can carry out an assault on the President of the United States. When you take United States trained soldiers who are intelligent, who have combat experience, clearly the threat is a very real one.
Is it really possible to protect the President of the United States? Are the Secret Service's methods so modern and so foolproof that we can rest easy in the notion that the Commander-in-Chief is not at risk? For greater concern than the President's safety is the President's power, especially when considering the ability of the Commander-in-Chief to impose martial law. March 16th, 2012, Washington, D.C. President Obama signs the National Defense Resources Preparedness Executive Order.
Yeah, don't even try.
For many Americans, the directive goes virtually unnoticed. But to some, the presidential reprieve was both disturbing and alarming.
The president seems to allow the executive branch to seize pretty much whatever it wants in an emergency for use in protecting the defense assets of the United States. In very broad terms, it applies to what's called the defense industrial base. All of the private companies that do work with the government.
They can take you and tell you where you're going to work and what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Down to that level, if it's all executed. So then you take a look at, well, how are they going to enforce that? You know, there's 314 million Americans here. How do you enforce something like that? Well, it's simple. You militarize the police force. Now, all of a sudden, you have a standing army in the United States.
Is it possible that the U.S. government is secretly preparing to use the threat of a nuclear attack or a natural disaster in order to enact martial law?
No.
Hey, Google, what's the fastest way to appear?
No, they are not.
With Potbelly's Pick Your Pair, you choose from hundreds of pairs for whatever you're craving.
How complicated?
Oh, your side jobs.
I need more of me just to get by.
Oh, you just need more of me. So Jackson Hewitt, we make your refund work as hard as you guys, even with the new tax laws. And I guarantee you'll pay only $149 or less, no matter how many 1099s and W-2s you have. So, how you feel now?
Like all of me, relax. Should I take this thing out or just the refund?
It's hot. You're at rest easy. Jack's got your taxes, guaranteed.
Huge double rainbow. I had no idea.
Oh, seriously, I'm supposed to against the box.
But they only eliminate basic freedoms and take control of all guns, survival materials, equipment, and food supplies.
What this is saying is that if there is a declared state of war, the executive branch and the administration will have direct control over important sectors of the U.S. economy. If you're a petroleum refiner and the government says we need the oil and gas for the war machine when the gas pumps at the gas stations go dry.
The wording of the executive order is pretty clear. It gives the president the authority to use the resources of these companies in order to protect national security in an emergency.
In all of its history, formally declared, many believe, however, that in 2005, a version was born of Hurricane Katrina, when an alleged order was issued to police officers
I've seen it.
to shoot looters. But now, in today's technologically advanced world, the specter of an all-powerful federal government declaring martial law takes on a whole new meaning, especially when considering the president's ability to flip a so-called internet kill switch.
The idea of an internet kill switch has been talked about ever since the internet broke wild back in the 1970s. And it certainly can be done through powering off the backbone provider machines or simply by mounting massive distributed denial of service attacks on the major hubs of the internet. And for an agency like the NSA, which has the computer power to do it, they could shut off the internet simply by jamming it to the point of a newspaper.
In a classified document, which we've seen because of one of the Edward Snowden leaks, spells out very precisely under what criteria and how the executive branch will go about declaring that a certain node in the communication system, a certain set of servers, are
for a short period of time, will be under government
more
control.
speed. Right.
But what could happen if the nation's computer network was suddenly compromised? Is the government prepared to overcome a digital disaster? Could an enemy really bring the American economy and infrastructure to its knees with just one keystroke? February 16th, 2010, Washington, D.C. Cyber shockwave, a simulated cyber attack on the United States. Of key government officials. By the end of the 12-hour war game, it is clear that if the attack had been real, the U.S. would virtually.
I recently spoke with a very senior military official who just left the government, and I said, what's the one thing that keeps you up at night? What do you worry about over the next 5 to 10 years? And he said, cyber.
In this country, what we're really worried about, and what we're probably not as prepared as we should be for, is a cyber attack. Something that shuts down our power grids, or our sanitation systems, communication systems, our transportation, train stations, the ability to fuel your cars.
All these things could lead to doomsday because we wouldn't get food, we wouldn't have refrigeration. If that were to happen, people starve to death because of food.
So just how vulnerable is the United States to a digital attack? And how quickly could the government regain control of the nation's computer infrastructure?
Cyber is complicated because so many of the threats are against the private sector, not just the government.
The Department of Homeland Security is technically in charge of
18 more
protecting
speed.
federal
Nice.
government computer systems from cyber attack. And private corporations
I don't need keeping
are
a
in
lead,
charge
but I
of protecting
appreciate it.
the internet infrastructure because 90% of the internet doesn't belong to the government. And this is one of the reasons why it's been so hard to come up with a coherent cybersecurity policy.
The military thinks, gee, the whole electricity grid of the U.S. may be vulnerable to a cyber attack. But then they have to go see all the electricity companies and say, we need you to spend this money, or maybe we need the government to appropriate money, but it's going to a private company. So how does that work exactly? So I think cyber is getting more complicated in that way.
The federal government has reported billions of dollars to secretly prepare for cyber attacks. In May 2010, the United States Cyber Command Center commenced operations at Fort Meade in Maryland. Its leader, the director of the National Security Agency.
The Cyber Command Center, as part of NSA, is tracking threats against computers as well as private systems. And if China were to actually engage in all-out cyber attack on the United States, the Cyber Command Center could very well launch a counterattack using the same kind of techniques to take out China's communications and China's computer systems. That would be equivalent of declaring war on China, but that's the era that we live in.
Is it really possible that doomsday will come in the form of cyber warfare? Many believe that the answer is not a matter of if, but the nation's critical infrastructures are severely at risk.
One of my biggest fears is that the compartmentalization of these plans within the executive branch, between the branches, is so great that if there were a catastrophe or emergency, people wouldn't know whom to contact and what to do. The secrecy itself would get in the way of smooth and efficient functioning. Secrecy itself could hasten catastrophe.
As the countdown to doomsday continues, many fear that Mother Nature may be mankind's biggest threat. And some experts are warning that hurricanes, tsunamis, and earthquakes are just child's compared to other deadly disasters looming over the planet. July 20th, 2009, Washington, D.C. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, delivers an ominous speech, warning that perhaps the most dangerous threat to the planet is an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, that could be triggered by a solar flare or a nuclear blast in outer space.
Basically, in layman's terms, it's taking a nuclear bomb and then exploding it in our stratosphere. It sends a radio wave of millions and millions of volts of energy throughout the atmosphere. And it basically will fry out everything that you have that's electronic. So everything that you have that makes your world go round, from your cell phones to your car, everything would cease in an instant.
Zaxby, they're not playing around. Who's got the sauce?
Tonight,
Words of encouragement. Can't just say words of encouragement.
Celtics their work is the perfect fit. Like gossip, it's a performance that goes down in history.
Did you just get in there?
It's fun. Transfers it to their married.
Dermatologist recommended use during gradient tone. I'm kind of obsessed with the results. I just keep getting better.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection. PML and the results in death cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for Crohn's that works right where you need it. And ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
It's not just flip the switch and it's all coming back tomorrow. In fact, it'll be out for as much as 10 years because some of the transformers and the infrastructure will take that long to rebuild under normal conditions.
Will an electromagnetic pulse really destroy the American society? Or will doomsday
There's so many threats out there that would create a doomsday situation. Nuclear threat, biological, radiological, EMP attack. These are all things that are possible. I think the most likely attack would be radiological or biological, because it would be very, very easy for terrorists to bring in these weapons to Washington and just what millions of people. It's almost a miracle that this has not happened already.
There's other scenarios. I mean, you just spin a globe and point your finger and you're going to find a disaster happening. Mother Nature is never going to show her cards. Whether it's an earthquake, tornado, things that you can't control, those are the things I most fear.
Doomsday isn't really going to be a day. It's kind of a period of time, and I think we're already in it.
Doomsday is not a question of if, it's a question of when. And it's going to happen in the twinkling of an eye. And when something happens, the government underground bunkers so that they can survive. It's about continuity of government, and that's what their agenda is. And so you have to ask yourself, what do they know that we don't know? And I would say a lot.
I think the government doesn't tell us a tenth of the information that they have. And that's just to keep the people from panicking. There's just nothing they could do to save everybody. So I don't think that they would even tell us if there was something going on.
I'm not privy to the secrets of the U.S. government. I haven't lived for 20 years, but I'll tell you this. It's very hard to keep up with the threats. And they think they're sort of on top of them, but they are not certain. And it's a case where the surprise will be very...
We don't know what they know. But I will tell you, from the outside looking in, what's coming for us must be horrific. We're on the verge of the worst case scenario, because that's what they're preparing for.
With so many threats facing our nation, is it only a matter of time before we suffer a catastrophic assault? One thing is certain, no matter what attacks its enemies are plotting, as always, America stands ready to meet them.
Hey everybody, it's Marley here at Doghouse Harley Davidson in Bucknell, South Carolina. Your two-time spot in the Carolinas with a brand new Harley Davidson factory tire installed as low as $199. So give us a call at 803-227-1183 or visit our website www.doghouseinstitute.com or request a quote today.
Imagine more productivity with fewer subscriptions. Google Workspace includes AI in your work apps like Gmail, Drive, and Meet, helping teams streamline collaboration. Do better work faster with Google Workspace.
There's a shift in the air. You feel it before you see it. It's calling to you. I've seen early mornings turn into half, and small adjustments turn into breakthroughs. Every round, all for the clicks. Travis Mack, comfort, performance, style, made for how you play.
Usually you are supposed to count everything which is under your voice, and that's what he didn't do. He doesn't have the experience, and he was pretty badly surprised.
Physical symptoms can include sores on his teeth, as well as lethargy and mental confusion. Severe stroke can lead to death. And after nearly 100 days of sea, other provisions also run low. The Type 9C U-boat has a range of 21,000 kilometers, but U-66 now lacks enough diesel to travel back to France. Fayhausen faces an increasingly dire situation.
Oh, we gotta move up.
No way to get him home without any of these supplies.
He contacts U-boat command and requests assistance. Fortunately, a meeting is set with a milk cow northwest of the Cape Verde Islands, hundreds of kilometers off the African coast. On the morning of April 26, 1944, U-66 approaches the meeting point. The crew on watch are surprised to find enemy ships. Which begin a blistering attack against the milk cow.
See how already wasted crew were supposed to defend the North Tower. Nerves were already sprained. He decides not to defend U488. So Fritz turns away from the warships. Saying it's an abandoned. Doesn't obey orders.
He needs that,
To
girl.
save his life and to the of his crew.
Sounds of distant explosions penetrate each its horror. The men listen
There you
in horror
go.
until the sea finally goes quiet. As U488 is lost. It will be the last of Hitler's milk cows assigned to the Atlantic Theater. And its sinking means that U6 target. He's overloaded Gerhard Seehausen, even more dangerously low on provisions and fuel, to return to port.
It's crazy.
It's a very serious situation to him because as soon
She does
as
not want to give herself stamina.
he's just drifting in the Atlantic.
Shorty was a compounded by 2 prisoners on board.
British name was Torpedo, one of them was captain of the ship. Seehausen had to share the provisions with Lenny.
At U-boat headquarters, Gross Admiral Carl Dermans receives word that the attempt to resupply U-66 failed, and U-488 is gone. With no other milk cows left within range, they devise a plan to share from combat U-boats instead.
He decides to take other submarines operating in the vicinity to share their fuel and resources so that Seehausen can make it home.
But all the radio communications have attracted attention.
Distance.
Hunter Killer patrols the area. He's on the lookout. At the center of these anti-submarine task forces is a warship called an escort carrier.
Probably got some stamina for friend.
First deployed by the U.S. Navy in 1943. Smaller versions of famous ships like USS Hornet and Enterprise.
Escort carriers were called baby flat tops. Standard carriers take a long time to build. Escort carrier is a quick fix of the aircraft carrier problem.
This short construction timeline means American shipyards roll out one per week.
So this is the largest classification of any aircraft carrier ever made.
Over half the length of a conventional carrier, escort carriers transfer just shot through.
She built up so much sleep.
May 1944, the escort carrier USS Block Island launches its planes in search of 6 ships. But aircraft in the area, it forces the submarine to remain submerged and drain the batteries that power its electric motors.
The outbound tactics are pretty bad for Seehausen because there's constantly an aircraft operating above the submarine.
As they stay down, the air on board turns fouler. Seehausen and his men, worn down by dwindling supplies and skirts, struggle to function.
His interval is getting wasted and wasted more and more. So it makes it harder for the crew to make perfect decisions.
In the early hours of May 6, 1944,
Seehausen makes a choice.
At a certain point, they have to make a decision to surface and to stay surfaced to charge the batteries.
In a remarkable twist of fate,
About half of it.
the U-boat emerges just 5,000 meters from USS Block Island. The escort carrier's radar detects the German submarine.
15 standing.
In this moment, as the edge.
The escort carrier had a very thin hull.
Two scrolls.
The job of Block Island and the other escort carriers is to get aircraft and destroyer escorts on the point of contact, not to be near the block.
With no time to lose, the escort carrier orders an emergency turn, made an attack by U-66. Then, Block Island orders a destroyer escort to intercept the U-boat. Despite the opportunity, Seehausen does not pursue the carrier. He travels in the other direction.
I need to stem. I need to stem.
The longer time someone has charging
That's gonna be
batteries,
better than me
the
actually
longer
training
time
on
it will
stem.
have, in case of an emergency dive later on, get away from the hunter-killer pool.
Just before 2:30 a.m., an Avenger bomber from USS Block Island locates U-66 on the surface. While most we carry up to a 2,000 bomb.
Five plus 2. Speed and dodge plus 5. Stamina plus 10.
Energy zone.
He has to be focused and he's continuous. So Legend has a big shot his 45 vessel at the con.
Unaware that the areas of U-66 discussed to keep the plane at bay, so the batteries can continue to charge. One, the destroyer escort called USS Buckley closes in. First commissioned by the Allies in early 1943, destroyer escorts are another class of warship, motivated by the need for fast and cheaper. Armed with cutting-edge anti-submarine weapons, destroyer escorts take half the time of a conventional fleet destroyer to go to sea.
Okay, rebuild.
13 kilometers, Lieutenant Commander Brent Abel overtakes their approach.
Abel's from Washington, D.C. In his late 20s, he takes command to go after the U-boats and win the Battle of the Atlantic.
He hopes that by approaching from the dark side, U-66 will mistake the destroyer for another German submarine.
Intelligence is telling him that the U-boat is looking
15
for
weird.
supply. So his plan
Planes,
is to
okay,
look at the
okay.
stars, look at the moon, and then come in at an angle where the Germans may
Stamina.
confuse his approaching vessels.
Take that. We'll take the whistle. We'll take the hammer.
To 3.5 kilometers, Abel's crew has to maintain the
Chocolate.
Through the darkness, the U-boat silhouette becomes visible. Despite the diversion of the circling night owl Avenger, Bronte the danger.
The realizes Barclay has spotted him. He was supposed to dive away because the destroyer is built to destroy a submarine.
But Seehausen makes a different choice.
Ultimately,
Early morning hours of May 6, 1944, an American destroyer escort, USS Butler, steams toward German U-boat U-66. On the submarine, First Watch Officer Overlieutenant Sergei Klaus faces a daunting task. He must execute a torpedo attack against the marked target.
The problem is he only sees the frontal zigzag of his fly, which is less than 10% of the length. So he has to rely on a shot down the throat. The torpedo has to be in a perfect position to detonate.
Early detection by Buckley's crew means the escort avoids being struck. With its mission to distract the U-boat complete, the Night Owl Avenger continues to circle above, reporting on the action back to USS Block Island. A little before 3 a.m., the U-boat Gerhard Seehausen opens his guns on USS Buckley. The destroyer replies,
The destroyer has many guns aboard it, has a much higher rate of fire than it.
Americans breaking in the deck of the submarine from a range below 1,800 meters. Seehausen resorts again to his torpedoes.
That's the weapon submarine has against a surface ship is the torpedo. If he is a destroyer, he might have a chance to evade.
But the interview of Frederick's men detect the incoming attack. USS Buckley dodges.
Star is running at full speed, just needs a little alignment to get out of the.
Now even closer and running parallel to the Eagle. The American crew's superior gun power comes to bear. 6-6's conning tower is riddled with gunfire. And high caliber puncture the submarine. Seehausen can no longer dive his U-boat. Unaware of the extent of the damage, Abel believes the Germans might still slip away. He issues an order to trap the U-boat on the surface.
Use the bulk of the destroyer escort, which has been submarine to his advantage.
But terrorist metal hulls. The submarine hit by the ship. Seehausen realizes the unit itself is now at risk of all its citizens. Jojo Houston receives orders to scupper the submarine to keep it out of Allied hands.
With all costs, prevent invaders that might want to do a cipher machine or documents on board.
Seehausen needs to buy some precious items
He has to prepare submarine. This takes time. Where does he get the time from? Of importing parties times.
Slip it the rock outside. Led by Joint Watch Officer Klaus Further, long group moves towards Lieutenant Buckman, still perched on the deck of the U-boat.
Something extremely special in the Second World War. To create thousands of times.
Watches Germans with guns, now board his ship. He's believed to have issued an order unprecedented in World War II.
It's my understanding, and it's my feeling that he did give the order, but had not been given over a century. Stand by for cowboys.
But his crew is caught unprepared.
Honestly, they do not have access to firearms, so they are people. You must be confident.
In an unexpected hand-to-hand fight for their ship. Sailors aboard USS Buckley continue to fight off the Germans, who have turned the table on the destroyer escort that rammed their U-boat. Your brand able must have to prevent these submariners from.
As the Germans are pouring out and continue to try and get on the Buckley, able to reverse his power and pulls away from 66.
The military U-boat, Oberleutnant Gerhard Zayas and Chief Engineer Giorgio Schluski continue the preparations to sink their own submarine. It is the chief engineer's last duty to open the sea cogs, so seawater can come in. Eventually, the boat would disappear. As German submariners abandon their stations, the prisoners captured from the merchant ship earlier in the patrol are caught in the crossfire.
They want to survive, but they probably have no understanding what will happen to them. Will they take care of us or will they leave us inside the submarine?
A sudden impact. 6 seconds later, the German submarine aligns with USS Buckley again, likely by accident. Chaos of the crash creates an opportunity as an American sailor bombs a grenade down the open hatch.
In the conning tower, which exploded and essentially decapitated U-66.
Bullet-ridden and in flames, U-66 succumbs to the sea. Oberleutnant Gerhard Seehausen, 23 of his crew, along with the British captives, are lost. On USS Buckley, First Watch Officer Klaus Friedrich and the other invaders
are joined by those rescued from the sea. 36 German submariners, suffering from scurvy, survive. Struggler American characters.
Men have been out of the sunfishing diet. These men were not very rich.
It's probably the best thing that could happen to them. Become a prisoner of war in the United States. They probably had a good meal, coffee, chocolate, chewing gum. They are well treated.
You enjoy thousands of others who share the fate of the surviving crew of U-66. They're transported to America and spend the rest of the war in POW camps.
Different to be a prisoner of war in the Soviet Union. These pictures look very different.
Lieutenant earns the Navy Cross for his leadership and courageous, aggressive spirit in the battle against success. USS Buckley makes it back to safe port after makeshift repairs at sea.
The bow is severely damaged, so to contain flooding, rubberized mattresses are ran to those portions of the bow.
By the end of World War II, Hunter killer boats would sink 53 German U-boats and seize one, sending nearly 5% of their submarine troops. April 1944. Pacific. An attack by a Japanese aircraft causes catastrophic damage to an American submarine and sets off a cascade of flames.
Main power has been lost and fears of possible damage to the pressure hull. But an even larger concern is that the boat begins to dive at a steep angle, and it's
For his crew and overcome the chaos to escape the ocean depths. In World War II, a subsea weapon allows warriors to fight from beneath the waves. Cunning, force, and tenacity, their enemies strike back. Revolution, but still sometimes primitive. It's a desperate bid to change the course of war. Their stories are legendary. May 28, 1941. American submarine USS Scamp prowls off the island of Haiti in the West Pacific and searches for targets. The Gale-class submarine, commissioned less than 9 months before, now sails on its second war patrol. Turner. As the U.S. rushed to get to sea, just before noon, he identifies the threat.
He responds to Japanese flirt plane. She has pontoons to allow it to take off and land on the water. In World War II, its primary focus was to look for American submarines and surface ships.
But the air scans rejections for periscope data. Minutes later, the microphone operator reports the sound of propellers to the northeast. His search reveals a Japanese seaplane carrier.
He works finds easily. Common target, like you might find a tanker or a transport.
The seaplane tender, called the Kamikawa Maru, had once been a merchant ship, and is one of just 5 vessels.
Seems like a single float plane is actually part of a much bigger operation. In fact, the Kamikawa Maru is a retrofitted ship designed to be able to carry these types of aircraft.
Stamp pursues the seaplane tender just north of the Bismarck Sea, a small corner of the massive Pacific Ocean.
Think
I
about
got
the
4 of them,
because
so
there
I
aren't a
can
lot of
use one.
places to put airfields. There aren't a lot of airfields that have been built.
Vessels able to transport and deploy aircraft are vital to naval warfare. And as the battle for Guadalcanal ends in a victory for the Allies, Tokyo digs in
About
to
10
defend the
minutes.
rest,
Alright, good.
including Revolve, a key port of naval base, located at the end of the Bismarck Sea.
20 what?
Rabaul
20 to
is
what?
hands down the most important Japanese South Pacific base. The center of it is one of the finest natural harbors in the world. They turned it into this enormous complex. It's got 5 different airfields, 2 of which have concrete runways, which is unheard of in this neighborhood. This place is bristling with defenses, honeycombed with storage tunnels and bunkers.
Look at that. Look at this. See what I was talking about? If you use them throughout the career, you have a better chance of getting something like this.
And set sail for Revolve 2 days ago. The crew of USS Stamp recognized the opportunity to execute a unique and strategic kill.
Submarines spend a lot of their time on the surface recharging their batteries, so they're extremely afraid of aircraft. And if you can sink a ship like Kamikawa, you put that entire group of a couple dozen planes out of business, and all of a sudden the threat environment that you're operating in now is a lot less dangerous.
But it'll be risky. In addition to the aircraft detected by Stamp, 2 ships called sub-chasers guard the Kamikawa Maru. Merchant transports retrofitted to destroy submarines. More than 200 sub-chasers protect Japanese vessels in the Pacific.
Put a couple of machine guns on it, some depth charge racks, and that now is a ship that is threatening enough to a submarine that you can bring it along with a convoy.
And with their target launching air, it's difficult for the Americans to remain undetected. All sea conditions visible from the air, even submerged.
This is a tough situation. You'll run the risk that the enemy can spot you.
So Beaver must also limit his periscope use to reduce the risk. Meanwhile, his crew readies an attack. They finalize their calculations and move the submarine into position. But suddenly, Ebert loses sight of his seaplane tender.
Before he's able to generate his firing, ship disappears into a rain squall. This causes him to lose all visibility.
For precious minutes, Ebert strains to relocate his target. When he detects the outline through the rain, with the final bearing established, Commander Ebert orders a spread of 5 Mark 14 torpedoes. It's a big investment. 20% is allocated.
The Mark 14 torpedo is the primary element of U.S. submarines. They cost $10,000. That's enough for 5 Cadillacs, the highest end automobile being produced at the time in the United States.
After just 1 minute, Stamp's crew hears the first torpedo explode. sooner than expected. Probably in time.
Scamp is suffering from the kinds of problems that place Mark 13 torpedoes generally. Either the torpedoes don't explode, or they explode too early.
Reports indicate that more than half the torpedoes fired by American. The problem is so bad. Some American sailors believe that the Japanese anti-torpedo built technology.
And perhaps they've magnetized the hulls of their ships so that the torpedoes explode at harmless distance. It gets to the point where Rear Admiral Charles Luckner, commanding the submarines in the Southwest Pacific, asked his captains about the feasibility.
Amazing means Robert gets to meet his grandson for the first time. Amazing pulls out all the stops. And always leave room for dessert. Amazing starts at CSL Plasma. Donate plasma today and receive up to $750 for first month. You can help create medicines that save lives while making a difference in your own. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing. Donate plasma today.
Ebert, here's two more early explosions. A subchaser that guards the seaplane tanker is now less than a kilometer away and closing fast. He doesn't have time to determine if the last two torpedoes scored hits before they initiate a dive. Almost immediately, the Japanese escort releases underwater explosives called depth charges.
The response from the subchaser is precise. They're on the point. They've got everything.
As the barrels reach their preset depths, start to explode. The crew aboard USS Scamp is running.
Depth charges don't have to strike a submarine. Sink in. They produce a pressure wave, and a pressure wave is what damages the submarine.
Six meters. Diving officer Lieutenant Philip Michel controls the American submarine's descent. Born on Long Island, New York, Duchenne graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1938. Now, Duchenne serves as second in command.
The executive officer. The position requires a lot of industriousness, good judgment, and more here. Shanny fits that bill perfectly.
Even after Scamp reaches the ordered depth, the enemy attack continues. Support depth charges chase the sub-team. Crewmen control main propulsion from the maneuvering room.
Scamp's crew try to evade about 2/3, but distance with them, they attack.
Running on batteries, it takes 2 hours for the blast to fade. And Bichet's escape route to prove successful. With the cover of darkness, Commander Walter Ebert returns Scamp to the surface to charge their batteries and resume the search for the floatplane tanker. With time, a dark shape turns out to be the ship they attacked earlier in the day. They try to assess the condition of their prey.
It turns out that Scamp's torpedoes actually hit their mark, and the target is dead in the water.
Ideally, it would close in to finish what they started. On the seaplane tender's port quarter, there's an escort in position to attack an approaching submarine.
Those at close range are going to be able to attack. They're visually referred to as white boxes.
And it's success. Range of 5 kilometers with reasonable chance of a hit. With the stationary target presenting a broadside, torpedo data computer needs to calculate the torpedoes. Six minutes later, both torpedoes fired by Scamp strike tree. The seaplane tender, one of just 5 of its kind, sinks.
It's a win for Ebert. It is without a doubt a unique.
Untouchable. Incredible run. But she only won by 7.
10 months later, campaigns is in Texas.
I don't know about all that.
But 34-year-old John Hollingsworth is assumed command of USS Scamp. A 1931 graduate of the United States Naval Academy, Hollingsworth will begin training on submarines in 1936.
Yeah.
And earned Silver Star as
That
the
plus
executive
20
officer
on.
of USS Triton.
And then plus 20, 37. 27. Then plus 10 more. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
So a lot of issues that have plagued the submarine service now had time to sort of work themselves out.
See what I'm talking about with buying the guts cards? Buying the guts trainings? They don't hurt your overall score. They don't even stop you from getting other stuff. But you still need to get your guts store up.
The Japanese
at this point are trying to hold on to a perimeter that defends those raw materials that they captured at the beginning of the war. So holding points on the coast of New Guinea, preventing the Allies from moving further west is extremely important to them.
Commander Hollingsworth is precise between islands still held by they target cargo like ammunition, fuel, and provisions, which sustain the Empire's ground troops.
If you got an army in a place, you got to supply them. To continue their ground campaign, flies down to it becomes a constant race to see can they get enough logistics.
In the morning hours, April 7th,
plus.
after losing a convoy they tracked during the night. Hollingsworth realizes they have detected something very different.
Spring nice.
Several warships. At first, he thinks they're Australian cruisers. It's an Allied movement. The careful surveillance changes the picture.
It's actually Imperial Japanese Navy task force. It's cruisers, it's destroyers. It's extraordinary fine.
USS Scamp prepares to move in with a kill.
the coast of the Philippines, Commander John Hollingsworth reached forth. At periscope depth, the American
36
submarine
win.
USS Scamp approaches 6 enemy cruisers, guarded by destroyers and extensive airfield. At this point in the war, Japan relies heavily on aircraft to protect its vital maritime routes. Through the first month of Scamp's patrol, Hollingsworth recorded 22 aerial contacts.
The reason Scamp to see more aircraft in the sky is because there are more
We are
aircraft in the
S1
sky.
now.
The Japanese are getting serious about beefing up their anti-submarine defenses, and they recognize that patrol aircraft really are an optimal way of going about suppressing that threat.
Intelligence suggests this Japanese flotilla moves to intercept an American task force.
At the time, it's suspected that they're going to head toward Palau. Task Force 58 has just raided that location. It's an important Japanese base.
Hollingsworth must assess the likelihood of a successful attack. Scamp faces multiple challenges. It's daytime, and with heavy air coverage, it's almost impossible for the submarine to approach undetected. Furthermore, any use of Scamp's periscope compounds the problem.
Yeah, she's definitely coming
in order to be able to
to
line up the shot. But when it's palm out,
the final
it's run the
show.
risk that spot you, not just the periscope, but also the wake.
In spite of it all, Scamp's crew presses the attack.
I'll redo Mars and ski tomorrow.
Tilts rift. Line up shots against a light cruiser with their bow tubes, and a heavy cruiser for the stern. But as long as Japanese sailors Task Force's destroyer swings towards them and is quickly within less than 700 meters. The tables have turned.
This is not a great moment for the commander or his crew. I mean, they are there to sink ships.
Executive and diving officer Philip Buchanan is fast to take the zone down.
That close to a target, and you have to abort the operation and that.
So they're all energy? Yeah, my financial home. The thriving helps me plan my finances.
Alright guys, we reached our goal tonight of being S1. We've been hitting our goal of making S pluses. Now we gotta start making SS's. That'll be the hardest, but we can do it. We've already proved it. We got a new follower.
Lasts almost 2 hours. Before the sea finally falls silent. By afternoon, Scamp's crew initiates a return to the surface. In broad daylight, with Japanese warships and planes in the area, it's a dangerous move for a submarine.
Oh, there we go.
But Hollingsworth needs to transmit a contact with them. Having failed to attack the ships, he must alert the U.S. Navy to the location of the Japanese task force and its heading.
Reconnaissance is a key role. Someone to scan
Just started.
these ships. They can be located and potentially destroyed.
The radio man begins to relay the message.
but cannot get the information known.
Just
For more
started.
than an hour, scan some of those blocker threads.
I suspect they were feeling very vulnerable. They do have a radar which can detect the presence of surface ships, but it's not very effective at detecting aircraft.
While the radio
Alright.
tries to send a report.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Beyond their view,
Thank y'all for showing up, showing out. Have a good night.